P's on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet P's in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet P's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet P breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you ride a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet P's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Estoy en la casa, baila conmigo, San Diego to the chat, órale, vámonos. From the surf in San Diego to the courtroom stream, SD walks in like she owns the scene. Pelo multicolor shining in the sun, she cracks one joke, chat laughing as one. She throws preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade. Cross exam queen, nunca tiene afraid, and that dance so spicy. Cali Mystics glow, she brings the fuego, everybody knows. Cuando Jason llega, ay caray, she flirts poquito. He just says hi, Sweet Pea laughs. Aquí vamos otra vez, SD drops the fuego and the chat says yes. She's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a cumbia at the pool. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. When she pops on camera, we all say que show. Latina sparkle with that California glow. Los mos la quieren, they hype her name. She adds flair y sabor to the game. ¿Qué onda, gente? And here comes the fun. El chat se enciende like under the sun. When she teases Jason, boy, behave. But without a chaos, this chat ain't the same. Bailalo, mija, with your Tex-Mex vibe. Bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive. Stay with the groove, don't ever stop. Shake up the stream till we're all on top. She's fuego, fuego, let up the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a Latin dance floor boom. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen. Spanglish magic in la chat screen. Beach girl sparkle, courtroom delight. SD keeps the chat shining bright. Sweet Pea, the mods, we all agree. Take it to trial, ain't the same without SD.
Excuse me. I guess I think I'll let y'all listen to a little music, get y'all together. I was working on some stuff in the bag. Okay, so we we got our judge up here, Lisa Lott. She don't wear no robe or nothing. I don't know. It's a superior court judge. Mhm. We shall see how this goes. I found underwater. Mm, not sure. Okay, well, I'll be quiet. I'm not sure.
You all may be seated. Everyone is standing for you, but you all may be seated. Thank you. All right, council and everyone else, you may be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about ready to begin the trial of the state of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. I'm going to administer that oath that I told you about on Friday. So I am actually going to ask you all to rise, please, and raise your right hands. And when I'm finished with the oath, if you would please respond by saying I do. If you'll all please rise. Thank you. You shall well and truly try each case submitted to you during the present term, and a true verdict give, according to the law is given you in charge, and the opinion you entertain of the evidence produced to you, to the best of your skill and knowledge, without favor or affection to either party, provided you are not discharged from the consideration of the case submitted. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Edrick Lamont Faust, who is charged with malice murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder, burglary, aggravated sodomy, rape, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, arson in the first degree, and possession of a knife during commission of a felony, and a true verdict give according to the evidence. So help you God, or upon your affirmation, please respond by saying I do. I do. Thank you. You all may be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody tends to sit in the same seat when they come back out from the jury room, but you all can sit wherever you choose so that you don't have assigned seats. If anybody is having difficulty hearing, please raise your hand, let us know. If anyone needs a break for any reason, please raise your hand and let us know. Is the state ready with regard to state of Georgia versus Edrick Lamont Faust, SU 24 CR 0547?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now going to hear opening statements. And opening statements are exactly what they sound like. They are the opening remarks of the attorneys, where it is their opportunity to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to show you. I'm going to caution you now, and I'm going to caution you at the end of the trial, that anything said by the attorneys, whether it's the opening statements or the closing statements or arguments by the attorneys, are not to be considered as evidence. Mr. Yelenchili, you have the floor. Or Mr. Bolden.
Thank you, Your Honor. We tested this earlier. My screen show.
I don't know. Is that what you're looking for? Very good. You may proceed, sir.
Your Honor. Just gonna start my stopwatch. Who killed Tara Baker? Obviously, by now, ladies and gentlemen, you know that's what this case is about. But before we get to know who killed Tara, it's important to know a little bit more about her. Tara Louise Baker was a bright, young, 23-year-old from Lovejoy, Georgia. And when she woke up on the morning of January the 19th, 2001, she had her whole life in front of her. She was a first-year law student here at the University of Georgia, and she had a wonderful circle of family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the next day, Saturday, January the 20th, it actually would have been her 24th birthday. And in the early morning hours of January the 19th, 2001, Tara's promising future came to a violent and abrupt end. She was sexually assaulted. She was stabbed. She was strangled. And she was left for dead on her bedroom floor. Her bed was set on fire. A fire, ladies and gentlemen, that smoldered for a considerable amount of time before it finally erupted through the roof of the house that she shared with two friends at 160 Fawn Drive here in Athens, Clarke County. Morning, Tara's life ended. And what started was a 2.5-decade-long saga that has hung over the Baker family and hung over this entire Athens community like a specter. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial represents the final chapter in that tragic saga. The chapter where the state will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Edrick Faust, is guilty of extinguishing the bright light that was Tara Louise Baker 25 years ago, where the state will show that he is guilty as charged of the crimes in this indictment. So you've heard the indictment a few times by now. Judge Lott read it in its entirety at the beginning of jury selection. The judge also just went briefly over what the charges are again here this morning. I'm not going to spend too much time going through the indictment itself right now. There will be a time and a place for that at the end of the trial. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you know now that the defendant, Mr. Faust, is charged with 12 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Counts 2 through 5, felony murder. Count 6, burglary. Count 7, aggravated sodomy. Count 8, rape. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, aggravated sodomy. Count 11, arson in the first degree. And count 12, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. All those charges stem from the morning of January the 19th, 2001. And I expect that that's going to become clear over the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, these are obviously heinous crimes. And in order to prove them, and to prove that the defendant is the person who committed them, the state is going to have to present some very grisly evidence. And that's going to come in the form of both testimony and photos. Ladies and gentlemen, some of this trial is going to be difficult. But it's unfortunate, but it's necessary. I just wanted to give you a heads up. On January the 19th of 2001 at 11:22 a.m., Athens 911 started receiving telephone calls in the area of Deer Park regarding a fire at 160 Fawn Drive. Now, if you're not familiar with Deer Park, just to give you a little bit of reference, if we head, make sure I've got my orientation right, down Lexington Road, away from downtown, heading out towards Oglethorpe County. When you get past, I guess, Gaines School, Tuxton United Methodist Church is there on the left, right off Lexington. And the road immediately past Tuxton United Methodist Church, before you get to the Walmart, is Cooper Road. So again, heading that direction from downtown, left on Cooper Road, past the church. And then actually Deer Park, which is where Fawn Drive is located, is just on the right. And so when they get this call at 11:22 in the morning, the fire department is immediately en route. The firefighters actually kick in the door, the front door to Tara's house because it was locked. And when they did so, they encountered smoke in the main living room area of the house. And I'm gonna, in just a few minutes, not yet, gonna be able to show you what the inside of that house looked like. So these firefighters kick in the door, and the first thing that they notice, apart from the smoke, is back in the right corner, which is where the kitchen is located. Through the smoke, they can actually see the eyes of the stove. It's one of those old school stoves that has the circular heating element. They can see those glowing red. And so through the smoke, they go over there to the stove. They realize that the knobs that would turn on and off those eyes have actually been removed from the stove itself. And so the firefighters put those knobs back on and turn the stove off. They open the back door to the house to ventilate, to help start getting the smoke out of the room. To this point, I don't think they've completely ascertained exactly where the fire was coming from. The back left bedroom of the house, and there's actually a bathroom door right next to it, it'll make sense in a few minutes, are closed. And so they go over there and they kick those doors in as well. And when they kick open that bedroom door, they are immediately met with flames rushing out over their heads. Firefighters enter and extinguish that fire. And in that moment, ladies and gentlemen, they discover Tara. She's naked. She's in between the mattress and the footboard to her bed. The footboard had been ripped away from the bed frame itself. So she's in that little V-shaped space in between. They notice a computer cord, what appears to be a computer cord, is wrapped around her neck. And so realizing what they've seen, the firefighters back out and turn the scene over to the police. And law enforcement does arrive. And
okay, I paused it in this room. We do have a verdict. If you were watching the all part case, we do have a verdict reached. They finally have came back, the jury that is. So we have a verdict. So if you want to go over to that room, you're more than welcome to watch the verdict. They must have heard us. They must have heard us. They haven't started showing it yet, but I do have it on the screen, and a verdict has been reached. So here we go with that one. Yes, I'll keep this one on pause for us. No problem. since we were right in the middle of opening statements on, oh, that's the Georgia trial. Sorry, y'all. He said, Tara, I found you guilty. Oh, hey, Tara, how you doing?
So what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a sketch made by Athens Clarke County Police as to the interior of 160 Fallen Drive. I won't spend but a couple minutes going over it. The front door here is at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. Again, you see the kitchen in the back right with the stove, which is what the firefighters reported seeing glowing red when they came in the door. And what I want to focus on is what's in the top left of that diagram, what is referred to as bedroom 3. That was Tara's room. And you can see bedroom 3 has a bathroom connected to it, and then there's a door leading both from the bathroom, a door leading to the living room, and one leading into Tara's room. So that's the basic layout of 160 Fawn Drive. You can see there's a back door, which again has the arrow pointing down. And right next to that is a window that is situated right above their dining room table. You're going to see photos that will also help kind of explain the layout of 160 Fawn Drive. So that's the house as a whole. And this is Tara's room as the police encounter it. And again, I've tried to explain, but I think this does a better job showing exactly the orientation of her body inside that bedroom in the back left of 160 Fawn Drive. So again, you can see the footboard having been ripped away from the frame and her body lying in between. So upon arrival, Athens Clarke County Police starts processing the scene. I expect you're going to hear from a number of witnesses that Tara's body, despite having obviously been in a room that was consumed by fire, her hair was actually still intact. I expect you're going to hear that several witnesses actually recall the smell of shampoo still coming from her hair. Again, there was a printer cord wrapped around her neck. I believe the printer itself was there in the room. And there's one thing that the police noticed that firefighters hadn't, was that Tara actually had a stab wound to the right side of her neck. And I think it was on the diagram, the knife was right underneath her body with blood on it. Officers also noticed a clock on the wall in Tara's room. That clock had stopped at 9:32. In processing the scene, officers noted that it appeared as if the doors and windows had been wiped clean. There's a screen to the back, that back window, the one that's right next to the back door, that showed signs of having been tampered with. And I expect there's probably going to be some confusion about exactly where that screen was when the firefighters arrived and when law enforcement arrived, but we'll get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, at 160 Fawn Drive, I submit that the evidence is going to show that any physical evidence that could have conceivably been helpful was collected. As an example, I think you're going to hear they even took the drain assembly out of her bathtub. A little bit more about the fire. I expect you're going to hear evidence that the bed, Tara's bed, was the source of that fire. And a little bit more, actually, I expect you're going to hear that there was a blanket that had been in the living room on the back of a recliner. That blanket had been removed from the recliner, taken over to the stove, set on fire, and then thrown on Tara's bed. I expect you're going to hear that there's actually still some remnants of that blanket on the stove itself. In learning about the processing of the scene, I expect you're also going to hear that there were no fingerprints of any evidentiary value that were taken in the house or off of Tara's body. I expect you're going to hear that hairs were collected from her body and from her room. And I also expect you're going to hear that her laptop was missing. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about, ladies and gentlemen, is the canvas of the neighborhood. By canvas, I mean police getting out and knocking on doors and seeing what if anything, people had seen that morning. That was obviously done in this case to a significant degree. I expect you'll hear one witness recalled seeing a white male running in the area, open area behind Tara's house and near Tara's house around 7:45 that morning. I expect you're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about describing a black male with an orange shirt or sweatshirt at various places in Deer Park around 8 o'clock to 8:15 that morning. I expect you're going to hear one witness who described smelling a faint odor of smoke as he was leaving for work around 8:40, 8:45 that morning. At the time, ladies and gentlemen, there's just not much to go on as it related to that canvas. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the autopsy. Tara's body was taken over to Atlanta to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Department of Forensic Sciences the next day, Saturday the 20th, her birthday. And an autopsy was conducted by a medical examiner named Dr. Edrick Faust. And here's where the evidence I submit made it get kind of difficult. There were photos that were taken at that autopsy. And you're going to see some of those photos when Dr. Faust testifies. It's going to be hard. You're going to see and hear about contusions surrounding Tara's vagina and anus. You're going to hear that stab wound that the officers noted when they got in to her bedroom had actually severed her jugular vein. You're going to hear about the ligature mark that was encircling her neck, and that her hyoid bone, which is a bone in your neck, had been broken. You'll hear about a subarachnoid hemorrhage to her head, which is indicative of blunt force trauma. You're going to hear about defensive wounds, defensive type wounds to her hands. Dr. Faust, after conducting the autopsy of Tara Baker, listed her cause of death as ligature strangulation and a stab wound, with another significant condition being blunt force trauma to the head. He ruled the manner of death, obviously, a homicide. As part of the autopsy, a sexual assault kit was taken based on the way Tara's body was found, based on Dr. Faust's observations. So a sexual assault kit involved oral, vaginal, and rectal swabs of Tara and smears that were created based on those swabs. And I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal made about how one of those swabs was mislabeled. I expect the state's going to be able to clear that up as this trial unfolds. As part of the autopsy, head hair and pubic hair was retained, and fingernail and toenail clippings were taken. The next thing of significance that I'd like to talk about is some of the early forensics that were done in connection with this case. You're going to hear from Jennifer Corsi. At the time, back in 2001, Ms. Corsi was a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab. She actually now works at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory. She made a career out of this type of work. Ms. Corsi is the one who actually did chemical testing on that sexual assault kit, the one that we just talked about. You'll hear that her testing failed to reveal the presence of any seminal fluid, and that she took microscopic examinations of the vaginal smears and observed no spermatozoa or partially intact spermatozoa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, based on the existing technology and the existing protocols in existence back in 2001, there was nothing further that could be done with that sexual assault kit. I expect you'll hear that Ms. Corsi, then Fincher, so if I use both names, please forgive me, did confirm that the blood on Tara's fingernails, the only DNA in that on those fingernails belonged to Tara, that there was blood on the knife, and the DNA from that blood also only belonged to Tara. And there was no blood on the toenails that were taken. Not necessarily Ms. Corsi, but other forensics going on in the early days of the investigation. There were attempts to obtain fingerprints of any sort of evidentiary value, nothing to go on. I mentioned the hairs. Submit to you, there was nothing that would help in the investigation at that time. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about Tara. In January of 2001, again, she's living at 160 Fawn Drive. She had two roommates, Ashley Peavy, now Ashley Hall, Valerie Lowe, now Valerie Lang. And I say that because, again, I might refer to them as both. Just wanted to get out in front and explain why that might be the case. So the three of them, Tara, Ashley, and Valerie, had moved into 160 Fawn Drive in August of 2000. All three of them were in grad school at UGA, but pursuing different programs. You know, Tara obviously was studying law. I expect you're going to hear evidence about Tara's morning routine. If she had a 9:30 class, which I expect you're going to hear she did that Friday, property law class on the 19th, then she's a pretty early riser. Up around 6:30 in the morning. First thing she'd do is take a shower. Expect you'll hear she'd come out and eat her breakfast. Every morning, same thing, cheese grits. And she'd come out and eat those cheese grits, her hair's still wet. And then she'd go back into her room and sit on the floor in front of her bed to blow dry her hair. And that took a while, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect you're going to hear Tara had a lot of hair. I expect you're also going to hear about how Tara was trying to buckle down in January of 2001. As that new semester at the law school had gotten underway, she was spending less time at home and more time at the law library. But Saturday was her birthday. And on Friday night, she was going to go out and have some fun with some friends. They were going to go to the Winery, which is a bar downtown on Broad Street. I don't know if it's still there, but it was in 2001. Talk about Tara's last hours. Go through what we know about Tara on Thursday, January the 18th. We know that both Ashley and Valerie were leaving for the weekend. They were both leaving that Thursday. Ashley left late that afternoon. She and Tara had been at home together before Ashley left. We know that from approximately 7:30 to approximately 9:30, Tara was at the law library here on North Campus, not too far from the Arch. She's there with a friend named Katie Lonstein. Around 9:30 that night, Katie leaves, goes home. I think there was a discussion about, hey, call me when you get there, make sure you get home safe. And Katie indicated that she would do that, but she forgot. Why is that significant? Because Tara called her. Tara called her at 9:46 that night to make sure Katie had gotten home. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the last time that anyone is known to have spoken to Tara. Friday, again, January the 19th. I think it was kind of a cold, overcast, rainy day, kind of day that it seems like we've been having a lot of those lately. Again, expect you're going to hear evidence that the neighbor across the street smelled smoke, around 8:45 as he was going to work. Point out once again, Tara misses property class. It started at 9:30 that morning. The clock on the wall stopped at 9:32. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, 11:22 is when the fire is reported at 160 Fawn Drive. I'm going to talk a little bit now about Chris Melton. Some of you have heard his name already in jury selection. Chris Melton was Tara's boyfriend. You're going to hear a lot about the relationship between Tara and Chris leading up to January the 19th of 2001. What I expect that you're going to hear is was a relatively typical relationship between two very busy people in their early 20s. Tara and Chris met when they both attended college at Georgia College in Milledgeville. It's now Georgia College and State University in the late 90s. Tara and Chris were introduced through mutual acquaintances and hit it off, and they began to date. When Tara graduated from Georgia College, she went back home to the Lovejoy area. And for those of you who don't know, Lovejoy is off of I-75 south of Atlanta. And she got a job at a law firm there. Chris didn't finish school. He also moved back home in with his parents as well. That's in Covington. When Chris moved home, his mom told him he had to get a job. And so he got one. Chris became a plumber. And so at this time, Tara and Chris are in a long distance relationship because Covington, Lovejoy, about an hour and a half apart, maybe a little bit less. Tara moved to Athens, I believe in 1999, when she got a job at a law firm here in town. So at that time, Tara's in Athens, Chris is still in Covington, and so they're still kind of doing the long distance thing, right? Maybe not quite as long, but certainly not in the same town. And they found it hard to find time to get together. And so Chris moved to Athens. He got an apartment with a roommate at a place off of Millage Avenue. And he was commuting back and forth to work. Most of his work was in the Loganville, Gwinnett County area. But I expect what you're going to hear is that Chris and Tara were trying to figure out how to have an adult relationship when they both had a work life and other things going on that they had to manage. As I mentioned before, Tara started law school in August of 2000. I expect you're going to hear that during that fall semester, that first semester, Ashley and Valerie are going to mention to you that Tara was spending a lot of time at Chris's apartment. Now, that doesn't mean Chris wouldn't come over to her house too. He did, maybe just not as often. But when they did, they'd spend the night at each other's house, both at Millage Avenue and at Fawn Drive. This is normal relationship stuff. Moving into the spring semester, January 2001. Now remember, Tara was trying to buckle down, more time in the library. Well, at that time, Chris also had good things going on. I mentioned that he had taken up plumbing. He was working for a company, but around this time, he started maybe thinking about going out and doing work on his own. You know, his business was mainly in the Loganville, Gwinnett area. And so at this time, you know, he's using his truck, not a company one. It's his gas, his time spent commuting. And if he's traveling back and forth from Athens to Loganville every day, he's not making money. And the reason why I point all that out, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect the evidence is going to show that at that time, Chris moved back in with his parents in Covington. So he could spend more time working and less time traveling to and from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I expect that others might have thought that the relationship between Chris and Tara was starting to fizzle. Again, I think the evidence is going to show that this was just a relationship between two young people whose presence and whose futures were still being figured out, with some highs and some lows, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, I expect you're going to hear that Chris had gotten Tara a very sentimental Christmas present just a few weeks prior to her death, and it made her really happy. He was going to come to Athens Saturday to celebrate Tara's birthday with her. Chris saw the potential for a future between them. Others may have made assumptions otherwise. But the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence will show you that there is nothing to suggest their relationship was in a bad place. Let's talk about what Chris was doing on January the 19th of 2001. As I just got done explaining, he spent the night before, Thursday night into Friday, at his parents' house in Covington. And from 7:15 that morning until long after Tara's body is discovered. His whereabouts are accounted for. At 7:15 or thereabouts, a coworker named Josh McCurdy came over to Chris's house, or Chris's parents' house, to be clear. And Josh was with Chris all day. There's a brief period of time around lunch, 1:30 to 2:30-ish, where they were not together. 1:30, obviously, after the fire at Fawn Drive. But other than that, they were together all day. Made numerous stops throughout the day. You're going to hear a little bit about some of those stops. What I expect the evidence is going to show is that at 9:08 that morning, Chris went into a Wachovia in Loganville. Wachovia, for those of you who don't know, is now Wells Fargo.
Thanks so much, Film, for the gifted membership. Now, you know, if you receive that gifted membership, you make sure that you say thank you to Film for turning you green. Welcome to the crew, Haynes. It's 5, but I can tell y'all now, it's 5 and nothing has changed in the courtroom. Let me look at court TV because I know everybody's waiting on this verdict. Yeah, I hate how they do theirs sometimes. Yeah, you know, Sniffles probably late. Sniffles, they probably couldn't get him on the phone or something. Okay, here we got some noise in there. Okay, here we go. Verdict is in and it's being shown.
And at 9:12 that morning, he withdrew $480 from the teller. I expect you're going to hear about some visits that he made to a place called Truck Customs. Remember, Chris is starting, to do his own thing. He's got a truck. He's in the plumbing business. He needs a pipe rack. He needs a ladder rack. So he'd gone to this place called Truck Customs. First stop time, I think maybe around 10 o'clock. Second time later in the afternoon. And it's at that second trip to Truck Customs, ladies and gentlemen, where Chris gets a call from Tara's mother. Something's happened in Athens. You need to come over. Ladies and gentlemen, all those facts were established fairly early in the investigation. Now, you're going to hear about Chris's reaction when he got the call from Tara's mom about something happening in Athens, how Josh actually had to drive him in his own truck to Athens. And even with all of this, ladies and gentlemen, with those facts being established early in the investigation, Chris was always under the microscope as it related to Tara's murder. He was asked to give blood. He was asked to give a sample of his head hair. He was asked to give a sample of his pubic hair. Chris was subjected to repeated interviews by law enforcement. Every time anything's ever been asked of him, his answer's always been the same: whatever you need. The evidence will show that Chris has been fully cooperative for over 25 years. I'm going to try and move a little bit quicker now because I think I'm taking longer than I intended. But there is a lot of other investigation going on in this case, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 20-plus-year-old case. The state is not going to present to you everything that was done over the course of this 23-year investigation. From a period of time, several months after Tara's death in 2001 until 2024, we're going to talk more about that soon, there was a lot of work being done on this case. But there was nothing that would point the police in the direction of Tara's killer. There are tens of thousands of pages of police reports, records. There are hundreds of hours of interviews. It would take months to present all that in court, and we're not going to do it. And in so doing, we're not trying to hide anything. We're being mindful that it is an absolute impossibility to show you every lead that was chased down and every lead that became a dead end. About the dozens of persons of interest who are identified but ultimately ruled out. Hard work, frankly, just didn't result in any relevant evidence. One example, in 2010, the ligature, the printer cord, and the knife were retested for DNA, not just the blood, to see if there was any touch DNA on those items. And once again, only Tara's DNA was found. I expect over the course of this trial, you're going to hear about some missteps and some unanswered questions. Remember that window frame I talked about earlier? Well, the window frame was obviously taken into evidence back in 2001. But now, 25 years later, it's missing. And that's unfortunate. But what is fortunate is that you're still going to hear about the processing of that window frame that was done back in 2001 and how, again, there were no prints recovered. You'll hear that Tara's laptop, the one that I mentioned had been taken from her room, has never been found. And lastly, as far as unanswered questions go, I'd submit to you, the evidence can show that no one investigating this case has been able to quite figure out exactly how the defendant got in and out of 160 Fawn Drive. Was it the kitchen window with the frame that showed signs of tampering? Was it the back door? To this day, ladies and gentlemen, there's no definitive answer. And the state's not going to be able to show you the answer to that in this trial either. That fact is not necessary to prove the defendant's guilt. And so again, with all this investigation going on and no leads being developed, the case goes cold. Something happened that changed all of that in 2023. Something called the Coleman-Baker Act was signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. In case you hadn't figured out, the Baker part of that act is named after Tara. This is a law designed to address cases exactly like this one, where all leads have been exhausted and no likely perpetrator has been identified. What the law does is it directs new eyes to be placed on the file. See if all appropriate forensic testing and analysis was done in the first instance, or if additional testing might produce evidence or information relevant to the investigation. And so at this point, enter into our story Agents Liz Bigham and Jeremy Howell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Agent Bigham, Agent Howell are longtime agents with the GBI, and they joined that cold case unit after the law was enacted. In December of 23, they started looking at this case. And one of the first things they did was a dogged re-examination of all the physical evidence in Tara's case, including the sexual assault kit that had been taken at her autopsy. That kit was resubmitted for testing in February of 2024. And so, ladies and gentlemen, a lot's changed about DNA and the way DNA is tested from back in 2001. I expect you're going to hear that the sensitivity of that testing has improved greatly. And so in February of 24, the crime lab was able to find first male DNA and then obtain a DNA profile from item 2I. It's going to get confusing. We can clear all this up later about the names of those items. 2I is labeled oral swab B. It's pretty confusing. And so upon further testing of 2I, what they do is they separate the DNA into what's called fractions. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it now, but the idea is you're trying to separate the female DNA from the male DNA. 2I, the oral swab B, the first fraction is a match to Tara Baker. In the second fraction, there's a partial major profile of male DNA. And that DNA is not Tara Baker and is not Chris Melton. In case I haven't been clear, when I refer to a profile, what I'm, for lack of a better term, talking about is a DNA fingerprint. So when I talk about profiles, that's what I mean. But that profile, that partial major profile from item 2I, was eligible to be submitted into something called CODIS, C-O-D-I-S. That stands for the Combined DNA Index System. CODIS is a national database of known DNA profiles. I think that as of November last year, there are about 26 million known profiles in CODIS. And once that profile from item 2I was uploaded into CODIS, the way it works is it is routinely compared against the 26 million known profiles to see if any leads could be developed. On April 30th, 2024, there was a hit. And it was that DNA, again, matched from item 2I, and that hit was to the defendant, Edrick Faust. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time in 23 years and tens of thousands of pages of this law enforcement file that Mr. Faust's name shows up. So what do we know about Mr. Faust? He lived at 350 Cooper Road, and we talked about Cooper Road earlier. You can see it there. It's actually at the top of this picture. The star represents 160 Fawn Drive. I'll get more into that in just a minute. Cooper Road, again, at the very top, going horizontally in the picture. If you were to go left on Cooper Road, that's where you're going to run into Lexington Road, just to give you some orientation. Mr. Faust is living at 350 Cooper Road. 350 Cooper Road, ladies and gentlemen, is literally 585 feet from 160 Fawn Drive. So, next, what happens? Agents Bigham and Howell obtain a warrant to get Mr. Faust's buccal swabs, cheek swabs. And the purpose of that is to get a known sample of his DNA. CODIS, only a lead, you got to confirm it. And again, the first fraction from oral swab B, Tara's profile, it's always Tara's profile, vaginal, oral A, oral B, we'll clear that up later. Always Tara's DNA in that first fraction. And in that second fraction, you're gonna hear about there being two profiles, but the major profile, the partial major profile from item 2I was a match to Edrick Faust. And that match, I might mess up the wording of it, was 1 in 800 quadrillion.
I have objection, Your Honor. And I have a motion.
Objection and a
All
motion.
right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go back into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. Thank you.
Because he don't know how to pronounce it. Objection and mistrial. Because he don't know how to pronounce it. He just adding stuff in. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to start this off right. He said objection and I got a motion. Oh, please don't tell me they're gonna let us see it. I actually want to see this argument now. Let's see. I think they're gonna let us see it. Wait. No, maybe they're not.
As far as the match language, Your Honor. Past this, there are going to be more slides that use the same type of language. Obviously, when it occurs, I'm going to get up and move for a mistrial again to preserve the record. But I would ask the Honorable Court to instruct the state to use accurate evidence that will come into, accurate descriptions of evidence that would come into evidence. This slide is not accurate. And the next two slides that involves true allele won't be accurate as far as the match language, Your Honor.
Anything from the state before I make a comment?
I disagree with every assertion Mr. Cruz just
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, your comment is, you used the word evidence. And I've already instructed the jury that anything said by the attorneys, including opening and closings and arguments by the attorneys, are not to be considered as evidence. This is not to be considered as evidence. It is part of the opening statement. I'm going to deny your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard from them? All right.
You know, I think that that's kind of like a twofold statement. Like, okay, so whatever the attorneys tell you is not considered evidence in the opening and closing statements. Man, how do you even separate that? Please explain to me, how does that work? I couldn't personally separate it. I probably think what the attorney said was more of evidence than anything else. And the judge mic is scratchy.
I don't think I
Good. Y'all hear that? How our microphone sound? Yay, Susie. We was playing hide and go seek with you.
All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Bolden, you have the floor.
As I was saying, 1 in 800 quadrillion. That is, if I got it right, an 8 followed by 17 zeros. That's not all that you're going to hear about as it relates to DNA testing that was conducted in 2024. You're going to hear a great deal about something called true allele. I am not going to go into it too in depth this afternoon, but basically, true allele is this high-tech software that uses something called probabilistic genotyping to decode very small or mixed samples of DNA from a piece of evidence. And again, I'm not going to go into all the nuts and bolts of true allele here because frankly, I just don't think I'd do a very good job. But you are going to hear from Ashley Hinkle. Ms. Hinkle is a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab who is an expert in true allele. She'll give you a good explanation of what it is and how it works. And ultimately, you're going to hear that all 3 swabs from the sexual assault examination of Ms. Baker were analyzed using true allele. Again, that same swab 2I, this is oral swab B. Again, the second fraction, separating male from female DNA. At least 2 individuals, we'll explain more later. Again, the major contributor based on the true allele results was Edrick Faust. The way true allele reports, ladies and gentlemen, is that the wording is significant. It's called a likelihood ratio. What Ms. Hinkle, I expect, is going to tell you that the likelihood of a match between Mr. Faust and the partial major profile in 2I is 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. 30 octillion. Again, if I counted right, that is a 3 followed by 28 zeros. So 2J is another swab that was collected at the sexual assault kit from Dr. Falzon way back in 2001. We're going to explain more about what 2J is throughout the trial. First fraction, again, Tara, always Tara. The second fraction of 2J had the profile of at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton. Make sure I get it right. 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And there's also a match to Edrick Faust. Likelihood ratio there.
Your Honor, I will renew my request, my objection.
Your motion is denied.
Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
The match to Mr. Faust here is 70 billion times more probable than a coincidental match. Then also, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear about Trulio's analysis of the rectal swabs. Here, the second fraction had at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton, a much lower number, 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match. Going back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2J, the last one that I mentioned, it's a very important fact that I almost overlooked. Why would Chris's DNA be present in 2J? Well, I expect the evidence is going to show you that he and Tara had been intimate the weekend prior to her death. I expect that you'll hear that it is not uncommon for DNA to be found that far in the past, or when sex was known to have happened that far in the past. I expect you're going to hear that current guidelines for collection of evidence in cases like this is 120 hours. So that's 5 days. And again, Chris and Tara had been intimate the weekend before her death. So the rectal swabs, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Obviously, only Chris's DNA is found there. It's a very small amount. That's significant. You'll hear more about that later. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to be very clear that Chris and Tara were not engaging in anal sex. You're going to hear about a phenomenon known in the forensic community known as drainage. I guess an easier way to think about that is gravity. This is a known fact. Semen, just like any other physical object, is subject to gravity. And the vagina and the anus are in pretty close proximity. And remember how Tara's found in the floor of her bedroom. All right, so I'm nearing the end of our story. Armed with their investigation to this point, Agents Bigham and Howell interviewed the defendant. That took place on May the 9th of 2024, and it happened at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. Mr. Faust had been placed under arrest for the murder of Tara. He was read his rights, and he agreed to talk with him. Now, I'm not going to go into everything that was said over the course of that interview. You're going to see and hear the relevant portions of that interview. But just a note, Mr. Faust said that he'd been living at 350 Cooper Road off and on for 40 years, to include the time frame back in 2001. 350 Cooper Road was actually his stepmother's house. During the interview, Mr. Faust denies ever dating anyone in Deer Park, ever knowing anyone in Deer Park, or that anyone from Deer Park ever came over to his house. All that was said in this interview before he was actually told what the charges were for. And you're going to see, frankly, during this interview, the evidence is going to show that this is pretty conversational nature between the defendant and Agents Bigham and Howell. And then at the end, they tell him what the charges were for. Agent Howell actually says, and he's referring to Tara here, "Don't you remember? It's kind of a big deal." Agent Howell offers, "If you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt." And you'll hear the defendant's reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of my opening remarks, I talked about how this trial represents the final chapter in a long, sad saga for both the Baker family and for the Athens community. For decades, everyone who loved Tara wanted to know who killed Tara Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, Edrick Faust killed Tara Baker. Edrick Faust sexually assaulted Tara Baker. Edrick Faust set her house on fire. And now, the final chapter begins today. But the last few pages of this story haven't been written. At the end of the trial, we're going to hand you the pen, and you, the jury, will write those last few pages. And when you do, you'll have the evidence to write the correct ending to this horrible saga. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say the happy ending. That's not possible. The correct one. You'll have everything you need to know to write the ending that the facts support and that justice demands. An ending that finds, beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant, Edrick Faust, is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Counsel for the defense, opening statement.
Can we use the monitors, please, Your Honor? Yeah. My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and the honor of standing beside Mr. Edrick Faust during this case. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your sacrifice and taking time away from your families, your jobs, and your very important matters to sit and listen to the evidence the state presents in this case. We intend to get you all home as quickly as possible. Once you have all the evidence that you need to make a decision and not a moment before. First off, you can see on your screens, I'd like to tell you what happened. You all sat through 5 days of jury service and no one ever explained to you what happened. Then we're going to talk about how this is a crime of opportunity, the evidence that you were here supporting that this is not, let me put it this way. You'll hear evidence supporting that this is a crime of opportunity. Then we'll get into Chris Melton's and Tara Baker's relationship and what the evidence will show there. That is going to be very important in this case to understand what was going on with Miss Baker and Mr. Melton before she passed. Then we're going to talk about then I'd like to talk about with you the initial investigation in this case. This investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, that isn't the initial investigation, but this investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, you may decide that this is one of the most thorough investigations in Georgia history. In fact, you will learn that this investigation reached a level of desperation. And at the end of this trial, you are going to have questions that the state is not going to be able to answer. And I believe during the state's opening, they admitted one, which is they cannot present evidence to you, or they cannot answer the question of how Mr. Faust would have gotten into Miss Baker's home. They also can't answer the question of when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Miss Baker's body? They don't know. They won't be able to answer the question, how would Mr. Faust get away from Miss Baker's home unseen at the time of the morning that they said he committed this crime? The evidence will show that in Deer Park, Black people simply walking were reported. In fact, on January 19th, 2001, the day Miss Baker passed away, there were 3 individuals reported, two, but 1 person was reported twice. It was a Black male. He had a afro, and he was wearing a bright orange shirt. And the witnesses say, hey, he's just walking normally through the neighborhood. Is he looking around suspicious? No. Is there anything unique about him? No. Actually, when I pulled out my car to get out the driveway, he stopped for me. So the state won't be able to answer if they're reporting individuals walking through the neighborhood. How did Mr. Faust get away unseen in the middle of the morning? And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts Mr. Faust, let alone a Black person, in Miss Baker's home. All of the evidence, including the gift Miss Baker left in her hand for police, it's Caucasian hair. Now, the state, these questions have to be answered with evidence, not speculation, not with sensationalized media coverage, and not with unsupported conclusions. These are questions the state must answer for you with evidence and proof. The state may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA. That is not at issue in this case. DNA is not at issue in this case. But they may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA being present among, as they presented to you, the multiple DNA profiles that were found and identified. But you may find yourself asking this question at the end of the state's presentation of evidence. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being in Miss Baker's body, along with someone else's DNA profile, establish that he is the person that killed Miss Baker? And this is why you all are here today. This is why we are here today. We're not here to talk about, and the state is going to present this type of evidence. We are not here to talk about how bad of a person Mr. Faust may have been, how horrible of a boyfriend he may have been. That's not evidence in regards to what they must present to you to prove that Mr. Faust is the individual that committed these acts that they've chosen to charge him with in the indictment. We're here to talk about and find out whether the state's evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed the crimes that he's charged with. That's it. That is why we are here. And in this trial, the question is not who killed Miss Baker. That is not the question that anyone is asking you to determine. But again, the question is simply, does the state's evidence that they present to you prove that Mr. Faust, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person responsible for burglarizing Miss Baker's home? He's charged with burglary in the indictment. Sexually assaulting Miss Baker, and killing Miss Baker? That's the sole question you have to answer. Not who did it, just does the state's evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person that committed this crime? And that's the key issue in this entire case. And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your dislike of Mr. Faust's life choices. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget why we are here today. You are here on a murder, a rape, an aggravated sodomy, and a burglary case. You're going to learn that this is not a case of stranger on stranger violence, but rather a case of interpersonal violence. Interpersonal relationship violence. But you cannot be distracted. You can't be distracted. The reason we all chose you is because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You would not be distracted by emotion, and you would let the law guide you and come to a just decision. The death of a person is a horrible, horrible tragedy, and no one in this courtroom would tell you otherwise. We are not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and draw in viewers. We don't have the opportunity to sensationalize this case of Ms. Baker's life. And that's what we're going to talk about during this trial, is Ms. Baker's life. We're going to show you what Mr. Faust looked like in the year 2000. This is Mr. Faust in the year 2000. He looks completely different than he looks now. What we put an emphasis on, and what you'll hear in evidence, is this is how Mr. Faust carried himself. He was a very well-dressed, clean-cut individual. He wore jewelry. He drove nice cars. We expect the evidence to we expect the evidence to show that. We're also going to show you a picture of Mr. Faust on February 8th, 2001, which is about 2 or 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. This is Mr. Faust about 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. Without a haircut, obviously, without his jewelry in, but this is a picture of Mr. Faust. And the evidence will show this is how Mr. Faust looked after Ms. Baker's death. In 2001, the evidence will show that Mr. Faust was a 25-year-old bar-hopping playboy. You will hear for some of Mr. Faust's ex-girlfriends, particularly the state will call Miss Brenda Sweeney. And you will learn in this case that the state, Miss Elizabeth Bigham, she will testify that she's reviewed every single document in this case file. And based on her review of that information, what you will learn is that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Miss Brenda Sweeney, at the time. And this is information that the state has had before today and during the entire pendency of this case. So what happened? That's the question that we're here to figure out. What happened with Ms. Baker? This is Ms. Baker shortly before she passed. This is her law school photo that she took while she was a student at the University of Georgia. And these are Chris Melton's hands after Ms. Baker's death. So Ms. Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001. These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. This photo, these are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. And what we mean by that, it was It was terrible. That's the best word I could use. It was terrible. It was a horrible death. Miss Baker was not only unalived, but the person who did this to Miss Baker, they beat her, they punched her over and over and over again. And you will hear from the medical examiner the injury she had to her face. Her eyes were swollen and blackened. And then this individual, and we don't know the order, but this individual, this sick individual, then took Miss Baker's printer cord and wrapped it around Miss Baker's neck. And he laid on top of Miss Baker as he pulled the opposite ends of that printer cord, strangling her. That individual, at some point, again, we don't know the order that this took place, but these are the things that took place. This individual at some point walked to Miss Baker's kitchen, pulled out a knife out of her knife block, and then stabbed Miss Baker in her neck. And you'll hear that Miss Baker was stabbed on the right side of her neck. This wasn't enough for this individual. This individual then went into the living room of the home, took Miss Ashley Hall's chenille blanket off of the couch, went and turned on the eye of the stove. They put the blanket on the stove. And when this blanket caught a blaze, what occurred was this person walked back into Miss Baker's room while Miss Baker laid on the floor, still grasping for air. You will hear that there was a shoot in her lung. He places this blanket on the bed. And then this person takes your laptop. You will hear back in 2001, laptops, cell phones now are like laptops. Back in 2001, laptops were like cell phones. They would have all your personal information. But this person takes her laptop, he then closes her door, locks it, goes to her bathroom door, and you saw a picture of it in the States opening, closes the bathroom door, locks it, and takes his time to clean up Miss Baker's house. As the state mentioned in their opening, this person wiped down the door. This person wiped down the stove handles. This person wiped down the back door. This person wiped down the windowsill. And when firefighters, obviously fire a couple of hours later, the fire burst through the roof, you will hear from firefighters that in order to get in this home, they had to kick in the door. And it was deadbolt locked. And the type of doors you'll learn that Miss Baker had, the top lock has a key that you can put in. You have to unlock it to unlock the deadbolt. The bottom lock from the inside, you can just twist it. They have to kick in the front door. It is deadbolt locked. And the back door, there's so much smoke, and the state said this in their opening, there's so much smoke in the house, the firefighter goes to the back door to unlock the door, and the deadbolt is locked on the back door. But what you will hear is that when firefighters found Miss Baker, the individual that did this to her, this was somebody she was comfortable being naked around. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were ripped off of her. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were found near her. The state's not going to present any evidence that a towel was around her. She was completely nude, no clothing around her body at all. Now, while this individual was strangling Miss Baker, you don't leave the right to the evidence we intend to present is that Miss Baker was scratching at this individual's hands while he was trying to strangle. While he was choking him, Miss Baker was trying to get him off. While he was choking him, Miss Baker was grabbing his hair, trying to get him off. And the forensics evidence, we'll get into the forensics, I won't go there now, But forensic evidence will support that Ms. Baker was fighting for her life. Now, I mentioned the back door, that the back door was deadbolt locked. You will hear from a young lady by the name of Miss Kishana Armstrong. She's Ms. Baker's niece. Okay? Ms. Baker stayed at 160 Fund Drive. Ms. Armstrong stayed at 140 Fund Drive. So if you're looking at this map, Ms. Baker's home is here where the blue tarp is. Ms. Armstrong's home is right here. And what Ms. Armstrong could tell you, and this is the same thing she told law enforcement 20 plus years ago that they ignored, was that, hey, it was 7:45 in the morning. I was going to my car because I had classes. I was getting ready to go to school. And to my surprise, I found it odd that a white guy was running through my backyard with a white t-shirt on and light blue jeans. And Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, you'll see a photo of it, but Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, she's going to testify. And what she'll tell you is this person, I can't remember the face because it's been 24 years ago. And you'll learn police never followed up with it. They never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. And as the state said, Chris Melton was the center of the investigation, right? But they never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. They never gave her a photo lineup. They said, hey, do you recognize anybody in this photo lineup? So what she'll come in and testify to is, hey, I don't remember the person's face. I can't really remember the person's hair, but I do remember the person having the exact same color hair as Chris Melton. That's what Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you. This is Chris Melton back in 2001. Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you that she can't remember her hairstyle. I can't really remember her hairstyle. I do vividly remember this person's hair color. And what you'll learn is police never even asked her the hair color. They don't even ask her. When they interviewed her 20 years ago, they don't ask her about the hair color. Only thing they ask her, how tall is the person, what age group does he look like he was in. And she'll say he looked like he was in his 20s. He had kind of like a medium athletic type of build. And they're aware that Miss Baker is dating Chris Melton. They never show her a photo of Chris Melton. You will learn in this case that law enforcement ignored Ms. Armstrong for 25 years. We had to reach out to Ms. Armstrong. Once Mr. Faust was arrested, Ms. Armstrong was no longer needed. Crime of opportunity. I told you that I would talk about how this crime is a crime of opportunity. During this trial, one of the most important facts that you all will learn is that Ms. Baker did indeed have two roommates. One of her roommates is Dr. Valerie Lowe. I believe you heard from say. She went by Mrs. Miss Valerie Lowe, who's at school. And also Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall. At the time of this case in 2001, she went by Miss Hall. You will learn that each girl had a boyfriend, and we are counting Miss Baker and Mr. Melton. So at any given time, you will learn that there were 6 people in the house. And it was very rare, you hear testimony, it was very rare that someone would be at the house alone. However, on January 18, 2001, being great roommates, Dr. Lowe tells Miss Baker, hey, I'm not going to be home. I'm leaving town. I think she was going somewhere with her boyfriend, so she was going to be out of town. Miss Ashley Peavy Hall tells Miss Baker the exact same thing. And you will hear testimony about Miss Baker's response. What you will know is that Miss Baker was home alone. What you will also hear is that Miss Baker and Chris Melton spoke the day before her death 5 times. There was a 22-minute call. There was a 5-minute call. There was a 19-minute call. And there was 2 other short calls the day before her death between Miss Baker and Chris Melton. And when law enforcement asked Chris Melton the day of the crime, or the day close to the crime, hey, did you know that Miss Baker was going to be by herself? He said, of course not. He said, of course not. I didn't know that. She wouldn't have told me anything like that. But I do remember me telling her that I wouldn't be able to come down to Athens and spend the night with her. A couple of years go by. And police do this. This is a part of their investigation tactics. Police asked him again, hey, do you remember if Miss Baker told you that she was going to be home alone by herself the day before she died? Chris Melton then tells law enforcement, I don't remember. So a question that you will have to ask, maybe a question that you will have, is if your future fiance told you she was going to be by herself and died the next day, is that a fact that you will forget? You will also learn about the nature of their relationship. Dr. Lowe will tell you that Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton, first semester of law school, like this. They're really tight, really close. Mr. Melton will probably testify that if there are 7 days in a week, 5 of those days, him and Ms. Baker would be together. And this is first semester. But you will hear from Dr. Lowe that on New Year's Day of 2001, she came home, and to her surprise, Miss Baker was home alone. And she talked to Miss Baker about it. She asked her about it. Miss Baker gave her a response. I won't get into that. But Dr. Lowe will say there was a change in relationship from that day up until the time Tara had died. They were not spending as much time together as they used to. But you'll also hear from Miss Baker's best friend. And I say best friend because Chris Melton stated, and that may be his testimony, that Mrs. P.D. Hall was Tara Baker's best friend. She described the relationship to law enforcement as it's pretty much like watching the normal ending of a relationship. But when law enforcement asked Mr. Melton about the relationship, Mr. Melton says, oh, everything was fine. She was my borderline fiance when we were about to get married. It wasn't until 5 months later in June when law enforcement approached Mr. Melton and said, Chris, we heard about a fight that you and Tara had the week before her death. Do you know about that? And for the very first time, he admits that there was trouble in paradise. He says, oh, yeah, I know about that. It wasn't a big deal. It was something minor. Now, in the evidence that was provided to us, it wasn't provided to us. You'll learn that we don't have any information on what that fight was about except what Chris Melton said it was about. But it also matches up with Chris Melton's timeline. Chris Melton, when he interviewed with police in 2024, he told law enforcement that he had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. Okay? That is a very important number. He said that I had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. That 10 days lines up with their last fight. And Chris Melton said, 5 months later, I remember this fight. That is an important date to remember. Because in 2001, when Chris Melton was asked, or matter of fact, he wasn't asked, Chris Melton was told that there was DNA evidence in this case in 2001. When they told him it was DNA evidence, Chris Melton volunteered. I was just with her 6 days ago. She was at my parents' house, and we had sex 6 days ago. And then he asked, did y'all find semen or anything on her like that? But this is the issue. Law enforcement failed to follow up. They met with Chris Melton's parents, and you would think it's a significant piece of information that you saw a young lady that died at your home the week before she died. The parents never mentioned or confirmed seeing Tara Baker at their home the weekend before. What's verified based on Chris Melton's own words, twice, 2024 and 2001. He saw her 10 days before she died, and they had a fight the week before, which would line up with this. promised you that I would talk to you about Chris and Tara's relationship. So this was a relationship where these individuals met at Georgia Military College. Chris was in school as a pre-med major. So pre-med is pretty much when individuals are going to school to become doctors. Tara was in, Miss Baker was in school to become a lawyer. So these individuals were equally yoked. Miss Baker graduated school, and of course, as you know, she entered law school. Mr. Melton dropped out of school. And what happened when Mr. Melton dropped out of school, Miss Baker, she moved to Athens to attend law school. And I'm sure Chris Melton know he had an amazing woman. He followed. And he didn't follow and move in with Miss Baker. What he did, he followed and moved into a room of someone else that Miss Baker introduced him to. And you will learn that Mr. Melton, to stay close to Tara, was traveling back and forth every day for work from Athens to Covington, Loganville, Gwinnett County, Georgia, every single day while Miss Baker was attending law school. You will hear that towards the end of 2000, as I mentioned, that Miss Baker was distancing herself from Mr. Melton, and she was developing a friendship with another individual, an individual that was in her profession. Her roommates will also tell you that the relationship with Mr. Melton was coming to an end. Now, this is the biggest thing I want you to focus on during the closing. During the evidence. It's Chris Melton's behavior after Miss Baker died. This is going to be extremely telling evidence. Miss Baker dies on January 19th. On January 25th, Mr. Melton goes to Miss P.D. Hall's home to spend the weekend with her and her boyfriend, the family. On the 25th, he calls a girl by the name of Lisa Tucker and invites her on a lunch. Now, let me change it. He goes on a lunch. I'll say that. He goes on a lunch. I don't want to misstate anything. We're talking within a week of his borderline fiance dying. Then on this next day, after he set up a lunch with Miss Lisa Tucker, he then calls a woman by the name of Holly Hufford and sets up a lunch with her as well. And Miss P.D. Hall went to this lunch with Chris and Miss Holly Hufford. And she took her boyfriend at the time, Chris Hall. And what she'll tell you, or what the evidence will show, is that during that lunch, Miss P.D. Hall witnessed Mr. Melton flirting with Holly Hufford and even rubbing Miss Holly Hufford's back a week after his girlfriend has just died. And when Miss Ashley P.B. Hall says, all right, me and Chris are leaving. Chris Hall, her boyfriend is Chris Hall. Me and Chris are leaving. Mr. Melton explained to them that he was going to stay and hang out with Miss Hubbard. And this, again, is within a week of his borderline fiance being brutally murdered. You'll learn on January 27th, after hanging out with Miss Hufford, he called her around 10 o'clock that night and told her if she was out on the town, to give him a call. Again, this is a week after his girlfriend has just been brutally murdered. Miss Hufford did not give Mr. Melton a call. You'll also learn that there was a candlelight visual for the woman that Mr. Melton claimed he loved, and that he experienced death. Death is like this, losing in an instant. There was a candlelight visual held for this baby. And instead of going to that candlelight visual for Miss Baker, for his girlfriend, Mr. Melton told law enforcement, because they had to confront him with this information. This is nothing that he told law enforcement. They confronted him with this information. Mr. Melton told law enforcement that, yeah, I knew about the candlelight visual. I knew about it for about 4 days. But, you know, Lauren, she already had these tickets to this country concert at Turner Field. And, you know, she told me that, she talked me out of going. She said that, you know, Chris, that isn't somewhere you need to be. So instead of going to his girlfriend's, if they were still together, his girlfriend's candlelight visual, he went to a country concert at Turner Field with 2 other couples. It was him and Laura Sherling. It was Laura Sherling's mom and dad. And it was also another guy and gal couple. You, the jurors, will have to decide if Chris Melton's actions after Ms. Baker's death were consistent with someone who had suddenly lost their future wife. Next, I'd like to talk to you about law enforcement's failures. And there was a lot of failures in this case. During the trial, you will learn this case is not simply about my client, Mr. Faust. This case is not simply about Mr. Melton, nor is this case simply about Tara Baker. You will learn that this is a case of law enforcement neglect and failure. The evidence will show while this entire community was in dread and fear, law enforcement had enough evidence supporting that the person that killed Ms. Baker was right in front of them. But because of the cameras, because of the media attention, and because of the sensationalism, they have Mr. Faust sitting in that chair. The evidence will show that law enforcement knew, this is information they're aware of, law enforcement knew and ignored, as I mentioned, that all the human hair found on her body that did not belong to Ms. Baker was of Caucasian origin. You will not hear a shred of evidence that there is an African-American man's hair on African-American's hair on Ms. Baker's body. And the reason we showed you the photo of Mr. Faust with the afro is because he had a lot of hair. The evidence will show that law enforcement conducted a DNA test. A DNA test was done. This isn't the first DNA test. A DNA test was conducted on a pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. Now, in this case, and the state has already told you this, so I'll follow up with it. In this case, it is undisputed that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. A piece of evidence that law enforcement had was a pubic hair was found on her buttocks. They conducted a mitochondrial DNA test on this hair. And the results of the test was that Mr. Melton could not be excluded as the contributor of the hair. This is information law enforcement had. Law enforcement knew, and this science is now not good science. I do want to be very clear with you. So we're not talking about it because of its scientific purposes. We're talking to you about it because they knew this information. There was a hair found on the murder weapon, Ms. Baker's murder weapon. So on the cord that was used to strangle her, the cord block was next to Ms. Baker's head. I'm sure you'll see photographs of how Ms. Baker was found. On this block, they found hairs, human hairs. And one of the hairs, they did a test. It's not good science anymore. I want to make that clear. But at the time in 2001, law enforcement knew that that the scientists had determined that this hair was similar to Chris Melton's hair. Law enforcement ignored it. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and the state has already told you this, there was no evidence of forced entry in Ms. Baker's home. They talked about a window. This is what you will see in the evidence. Can we? This is the window that the state talked to you about. It's not the best picture, but what you'll see is there's a screen in this window. Because they could not figure out how the person got into the home, they started going around the house and they saw a bent screen. You will hear they saw a bent screen. And because the screen is bent and in the window, they assumed, hey, maybe this person broke in the house by taking the screen down, lifting up the window, lifting up the blinds, climbing into the window, committing this crime. Then because the doors are locked, they climb back out the window, let the blinds down, close the window, then put the screen back in place. And I'll show you a closer picture of what you will receive in evidence of that screen. That's a closer image of it. And this is one more image of that screen as well. And it's just showing the shape it was in when law enforcement saw this screen window. That's the outside. Now we're going to show you the inside, and this is what you'll see in evidence as well. This is the inside of that window. Chair in front of the window, blinds down, unruffled, but this is how they're alleging Mr. Faust entered into Ms. Baker's home and exited Ms. Baker's home to commit this crime. The law enforcement ignored that there was no signs of forced entry into her home. They ignored that both the front doors were deadbolt locked and the back doors were deadbolt locked. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and this is very important too, because Mr. Faust is charged with a burglary. Dr. Lowe will tell you that in her room, I think she had a change jar with money, she had jewelry in her room, she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched. Nobody had even rambled through her. You would also hear from Miss Ashley P.P. Hall, who will tell you, you may even see images, but you will learn that she had jewelry in her room and she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched or taken. Nothing was rambled through. Then you will hear about Miss Baker's room. Miss Baker had heirloom jewelry in her room. Heirloom jewelry. She had diamond earrings in her ears. And the only thing that was taken is a personal item, which was her laptop. Police ignored that fact. Law enforcement also ignored, and well, let me say this. So we don't have to prove anything, right? We don't have to present evidence. The state has to answer the questions when it comes to this case. There are no questions that we have to answer. But something that law enforcement knew and ignored was after Ms. Baker's death, a young lady volunteered. She called in to law enforcement and said, hey, I believe Ms. Baker was out at a Mexican restaurant with me the night before her death. This young lady's name is Jessica Gann. And we're either get it through Ms. Gann or we get it through the law enforcement officer she told it to. But she said, hey, Ms. Baker was out with me the night before she died. She said, we're at a Mexican grill. And, I don't know if it's her, but I believe it was her. One girl, she was talking about law school. I think I heard her. Law enforcement never followed up on this information. Law enforcement never showed Ms. Gann any type of photo of Ms. Baker. Law enforcement never followed up on her to figure out, okay, what more information do you have? They never even confirmed whether or not it was Ms. Baker she saw. They just ignored it. So the state cannot present evidence to you supporting that Ms. Baker, after she left the law library the night before she died, that she did not go out. They don't know. They don't know if Ms. Baker went out. They don't know if Ms. Baker went home. They just don't know. And they don't have any evidence to show one way or the other. Now, they mentioned Chris Melton's alibi. On January 21st, Chris Melton's parents told him, law enforcement, they are after you. They are coming for you, Chris. That is a quote from Mr. Melton. That his parents told him, Chris, they are coming for you. This was January 19th to 21st. It was in January 2001. Police wait 4 months to go speak to Mr. Melton's parents after they've already told him 4 months prior that they're coming for you. And mind you, Mr. Melton is staying with his parents now, so he's in the house every single day. They asked the parents, hey, can you tell us what your son was doing 4 months ago on January 19, 2001 at 7 o'clock in the morning? Can you give me a rundown? Surprisingly, and Chris Melton, you'll learn, is their only son, unless they've had children since then, but he was their only son at the time. They say, oh, he was at home. He was here. I remember seeing him. He was walking around. We were mulling around that morning. And then he left our house, and we know exactly where he went. How would they know that information? How would they know where Mr. Melton was going 4 months prior? But this is law enforcement confirming Mr. Melton's alibi, speaking to his parents. 4 months. 4 months after Ms. Baker's death. Law enforcement failed to verify Chris Melton's alibi thoroughly. They just started taking words for, oh, he was here? Okay, perfect. He was with you? Okay, perfect. And this is the important thing in this case. The most important time in this case is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Whatever happens after 9 a.m., it doesn't matter because the murder is taking place. So 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Remember, Ms. Kashana Armstrong at 7:45 said she saw this guy running. 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. is the most important window in this case. Law enforcement also waited 4 months to try and get Mr. Melton's phone records. They waited 4 months after Ms. Baker's death to try to get the phone records for his apartment phone, and that may or may not be important to you all, but to get the records for his apartment phone and his parents' phone call records, resulting in those records being lost forever. So what the state will not be able to present to you in defense of Mr. Melton is that, hey, we have these phone records showing where he was. Those records were lost because law enforcement did not act to get those records. This is the most important thing. So they showed you all a map of Miss Baker's home at Cooper Road, and they showed you where Mr. Faust's home is located. Y'all remember that? It's in the box? Okay. This is what law enforcement, this is what you want here. They did a neighborhood canvas. They had roadblock, all this great stuff. Things you want here. One, they did not talk to the residents on the other side of their apartment. They could have simply went to 350 Cooper Road and knocked on the door. And they would have had all the information they needed about Mr. Faust because, as they mentioned, 350 Cooper Road was his stepmother's home. So she could have gave them all the information they needed. Two, law enforcement was aware, because you would hear Ms. Dinkins say that, hey, I've looked at every document in this case. They were aware that Mr. Faust or his grandmother, if they notated, I don't know how good their notes were, but those were not two individuals that were notated as individuals that they spoke to around the time of Ms. Baker's death. But this is a fear of theirs, because if they're saying that Mr. Faust stayed a block away, they're basing that on him saying, hey, I stayed at this address for a year. But again, they didn't go and interview those folks. They interviewed people in Deer Park, in the neighborhood that Ms. Baker stayed in. Chris Melton, another important fact. After Ms. Baker's death, Chris Melton comes to the police department with his hands covered in plumbing. You will hear from law enforcement that there was a shirt that Miss Ashley T.B. Hall, she's an amazing friend. She did everything she could to try to figure out what was going on with Miss Baker. When Chris Melton came to her house, there was a shirt that she washed, and it was a substance. She called police and said, hey, we believe there's an issue with the shirt. And what law enforcement determined was the substance on the shirt was the exact same substance Chris Melton showed up to the police department with his hands covered in the day of her death. Now, you may hear the audio is brand new. I'm going to try to play it for you all. But you may hear law enforcement. I'm going to play it. I have to play it a couple of times. But you'll hear law enforcement ask him, and this is a quote, do you want to watch them things? And Chris Melton says, no, this is neat right here. They never searched Chris Melton's apartment. They never searched Chris Melton's car for blood. There's a gentleman you'll hear about by the name of Lindsey Baker. He begged, you'll hear, he begged law enforcement, search his car. Did you search his car? Did you search his car? But what you'll learn is, and the state already told you this, when Chris Melton came to Athens, he didn't bring his truck back. He rode in Josh's truck. And law enforcement never searched his car for blood. They didn't care. You won't hear evidence presented by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's car. You won't hear evidence by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's apartment. You won't hear evidence from the state that they searched Mr. Baker's parents' home. In regards to the claim that Mr. Melton made that he saw Miss Baker 6 days before her death, law enforcement never attempted to confirm that. They just took his word for it. Parents didn't confirm it. No one confirmed it. They just simply, well, Chris said it, so it must mean it's true. Let's talk about the forensics. I've already talked to you about the hair. There's no, and I'm gonna talk about this twice. When law enforcement met with, and the state told you this, when law enforcement met with Mr. Faust in the interview, what they told Mr. Faust was that your DNA was found in a house in Deer Park. You will hear no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA was found in any place other than Miss Baker's body. His DNA was not in the house unless you're saying in the house because it's in Miss Baker's body. But there's no DNA of Mr. Faust ever being present in that house. And you will hear he is adamant. I have never been to, I don't know anybody over there. He's going to say that. What law enforcement did not do, matter of fact, before I get into that, there are no handprints belonging to Mr. Faust. There are no fingerprints that the state will present to you belonging to Mr. Faust. There is nothing inside of the house that the state will be able to present to you to connect Mr. Faust with Miss Baker's house. The state wants you to believe that Mr. Faust is smart enough to enter Miss Baker's home, fight with Miss Baker, kill Miss Baker without leaving a trace of evidence behind, sexually assault her, right? Because they're charging him with aggravated sodomy based on the allegation that he sexually assaulted Miss Baker anally, but sexually assaulted her without leaving any identifiable DNA behind, then escaped Deer Park just unseen. But he is dumb enough to leave his DNA in her body and commit the charged crimes at the busiest time of the morning. And I don't think the state ever told you what time they are alleging that Mr. Faust committed this crime. Their window is between 8 a.m. and probably around 8:45. And you don't leave your common sense at home. You know what's going on at 8 in the morning and 8:45 outside your neighborhoods. But you have to decide as the jurors, does that make sense? That's the question you have to answer. The DNA. I think this is the most important part of this case that I would like to talk about. We talked about the DNA test conducted on the pubic hair found on Miss Baker's butt. But I would like to talk about the sexual assault kit that the state talks to you about. So the sexual assault kit, as the state explained to you, came back with multiple DNA profiles. Mr. Faust was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Melton was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Faust's DNA. If I understand the DNA correctly, and I may not, the testimony will be much clearer to me, was found in her vagina and her mouth. Chris Melton will tell you that Ms. Baker engaged in vaginal and oral sex. That is a very important fact in this case. However, as you know from the charges written in the indictment, Mr. Faust is charged with aggravated sodomy for anal sexual assault. Chris Melton told law enforcement when they asked him, do you all engage in anal sex? No, never. She doesn't do anything like that. You know, we just have normal sex. Well, lo and behold, when they get the DNA results back, the only identifiable profile in Miss Baker's anus is Chris Melton's profile. Now, something the state mentioned, they told you in opening that gravity could make the DNA go into that area. But what the state says isn't evidence, but what Dr. Falzone says will be evidence. He is the medical examiner. He's the person that did the autopsy. And what he's going to tell you is that it is clear that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Based on the injuries, well, let me use the right language. He's going to say it's consistent. That's the proper language. That her injuries to her anus are consistent with sexual assault anally. And the only identifiable DNA profile is Chris Melton. The state will not present any evidence to you supporting that Mr. Faust ever engaged in anal sex with Ms. Baker. It is important that you focus on the evidence that is presented. He is charged with aggravated sodomy, and his DNA is not even identified in her anus. There is no evidence supporting that Mr. Faust had anal sex with Ms. Baker anytime or anywhere. The state will not be able to present evidence supporting that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker engaged in that act. Now I would like to talk to you about what I call directing the investigation. You will learn that once law enforcement became aware of Mr. Melton's DNA in Ms. Baker's body, they learned that information that Chris Melton had previously told them was false. Okay? You heard the state tell you that DNA typically in certain places only lasts about 5 days. I left out a place. Mr. Melton's DNA was also found in her vagina as well. So his DNA was found in her vagina, anus. Mr. Faust's DNA was found in vagina and mouth. Okay? But you will learn that this DNA of Chris Melton, as the state said, only lasts about 5 days. When law enforcement interviewed Chris Melton, they asked him when was the last time you saw her. He said 10 days, which I said was in line with their fight that he was approached about in June of 2001, the week before her death. Law enforcement says, well, look, and I want to make sure I say this correctly. Instead of interrogating Chris Melton and confronting him and saying, hey, you've been dishonest with us, something's not right here, we've seen the picture of your hands, what law enforcement tells Mr. Melton is they sit down and meet with him. And you're going to hear from the lead detective in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, that she asked Chris, and this is a quote, so was there ever a time in those 10 days, leading up into her death, that y'all just had a quick booty call or met up real fast or anything like that? Chris Melton responded, no. She knew what the DNA evidence was telling her. Ms. Bigham then tells Chris, I need you to be 150% honest with me. And I know that what I'm about to ask you, and I emphasize this language, is not what has been said for 23 years. And that may hinder you from wanting to be honest with me. But you've got to be honest with me. She then tells Chris Melton, look, your DNA would only last in her body 2 to 3 days. And that she needs to, and you will hear this, she needs to separate Chris Melton's DNA from bad guys' DNA. She says this. I need to be able to explain it. I need to be able to explain it. Jeremy Howell tells Chris Melton, and you'll hear Jeremy Howell testify, that the timeline needs to be correct. Everything needs to make sense. And if we know that this window is here and you're over here, I can't explain this gap. You need to be here. But Chris Melton, and you have to decide if he sticks to his story because he knows he's lied before, continuously denies being with Miss Baker the week of her death. They asked Mr. Melton, well, you know, were you with her the night before? You had a booty call with her at 12 o'clock? He says no. They said, well, how about 2 days before? No. Well, how about 3 days, Mr. Melton? Were you with her 3 days before? No. And eventually they get Mr. Melton for the first time to say in this interview, for 23 years, he changes his story to, you know what? Well, we maybe did it on Sunday. We might have did it on Sunday. And then Elizabeth Bigham tells Chris Melton in this interview, not an interrogation, in an interview, I think we just have to be able to explain it. I think we just have to be able to explain it. And that is our job, is to explain it. So we can then go after the one that we think did this. Laughs, she laughs. I mean, you know, and the evidence will show Mr. Faust is the individual that she was referring to. My client. When Chris continues to refuse to put himself and Miss Baker together, Miss Bigham, she says, if you're like, you know what? I effing lied about it 23 years ago because I was a scared, terrified kid. And you're right. I had a booty call with her that night. I left at midnight and I don't know what happened after that. It'll be, thank you. Have a nice day. We'll let you know what happens. Like, that's it. We just want to be able to explain it and make it make sense so we can focus on this, you know? So they can focus on this. So they can focus on this. You'll learn the lead investigator in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, told Chris Melton it was okay if he changed his story or changed his timeline of when he was with Miss Baker. And if he admitted to lying to police for 23 years so that she could explain away his DNA and put the focus on Mr. Faust and the responsibility for Miss Baker's murder on Mr. Faust, everything would be okay. She would explain it away. When Mr. Melton would not help Miss Bigham explain away his DNA, despite the 23 years of conflicting statements from Mr. Melton, and evidence, and you have to decide, but evidence pointing away from Mr. Faust's involvement in this case, the allure of being a hero, the allure of being on TV, being the officer to solve the 23-year-old Tara Baker case became too strong. And we ended up in the courtroom before 12 jurors to decide Mr. Faust's fate. The allure of being on TV became more powerful than following the evidence. And on May 9th, 2024, while Mr. Faust had just finished working, he's at Walmart buying a Simply Lemonade. Police cars swoop in on him and put him in handcuffs and arrest him. Solely because, and this is very important, and follow the state's timeline. Solely because his DNA was present in this case. At the time of Mr. Faust's arrest, which you will learn, it's not, and this is, we told you, this is not a DNA case. We didn't come here to fight with DNA. You will learn Chris Melton's DNA is present, unidentified DNA is present, Mr. Faust's DNA is present. And based on his DNA being identified, he was arrested and charged with burglary based on DNA alone. He was arrested and charged with aggravated sodomy in the anus, even though his DNA isn't present. He was charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He was charged with malice murder. And every other count in this indictment solely based on his DNA being present, along with Chris Melton's DNA. Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust, and I thank you for your patience. Do you all need a break? Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust. To meet its burden of proof to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker, the state is going to rely on, they're going to present evidence of Mr. Faust's DNA being present. Okay, that isn't anything we're fighting with. As I told you, Mr. Faust's DNA profile was not the only DNA profile present, but these are the questions you have to answer, or the state has to answer. Mr. Faust's DNA profile being present does not tell you why this crime occurred or how this crime occurred. And you have to ask for that evidence. It does not tell you when the contact happened. And we don't know. It's been 24 years, 25 years. They've charged him with rape. They have to present the evidence that it was rape. The only thing that we could possibly say that you're here in the testimony in this case is that maybe when she was out at the Mexican restaurant, we don't know because they never followed up on it. They came into contact. We don't know. But that's a question the state has to answer. If you're saying it's rape, explain to us why his DNA is there. If you're saying it's rape, prove it. It does not tell us how the contact between Miss Baker and Mr. Faust took place.
Jack, if we can approach.
May first. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you go into the jury room for a few moments. Please don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly.
He 10 days given notice, which he has repeatedly failed to do, also DNA being present.
Do you have a motion? Mr. Almacho.
Yes, Judge, because I think this relates to our ruling as to 412 evidence, which I just think Mr. Cruz violated in a manner that borders on placing him in contempt, quite frankly. Mr. Cruz just intimated about the possibility of prior consensual contact that resulted in Mr. Faust's DNA being present in Miss Baker's body outside of the complained of contact, which would be previous sexual contact that requires 412 notice, Your Honor. So I think Mr. Cruz has quite intentionally actually violated the court's order, which court has made clear to him after multiple hearings on the issue. And so I'd like the court to instruct Mr. Cruz that that's, again, I guess for the third time now, that that's a wholly inappropriate suggestion to raise in any manner before the jury without having given notice, which he has repeatedly failed to do during the deadline set by the court, or from the point at which the court reiterated the fact that he had failed to procedurally give notice prior to today's date, which would be, well late of the time period in which he would have to do it. It would be 10 days late if he gave it today, but he has not. I would say further to the court that Mr. Cruz has represented to the court that he has no evidence other than what's in the state's file. Now, I guess he's making reference to this random tip that was received that Ms. Baker may or may not have been in a Mexican restaurant, which again doesn't say anything about her alleged contact with Mr. Faust. So there is no evidence supporting this, which is a finding the court would have to make, even if Mr. Cruz had provided proper notice, which he has not done. And now in opening statements after a week of jury selections has intentionally violated the court's order. So I'm asking the court to instruct Mr. Cruz not to engage in any further statements regarding that type of allegation, as the court has already instructed him, and to refrain from engaging in any questioning after opening statements, as is prohibited by Rule 412. So that's the state's objection that Mr. Cruz has intentionally violated the rape shield law, and the instructions of the state is asking the court to give Mr. Cruz again for the third time.
In just a moment, sir. Yes, of course. Ms. Satterfield, are you able to read back the question prior to the objection? Are you able to do that? If you would you mind reading that to the court? Thank you. Of course. Something I'll let Mr. Cruz respond if you can. Something I'll let Mr. Cruz respond. If you can't find it, that's fine. I am going to go back on the record when you're ready. You good? Thank you for trying. Okay, thank you. Mr. Yalamanchili, please tell the court exactly what you feel, the words that you feel Mr. Cruz deliberately said to violate the order that the court gave.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Cruz initially said the state can't prove when it is that Mr. Faust's DNA entered Miss Baker's body. Mr. Cruz then said the police didn't follow up on this tip about the Mexican restaurant. Mr. Cruz then said it's the state's burden to prove that, and then said something to the effect of it could have gotten there when they had contact at that Mexican restaurant the night before the incident, essentially. Now that's paraphrasing, but Mr. Cruz stated that there was a separate time when Mr. Faust could have had contact with Miss Baker in a manner in which DNA would have been found in her mouth and in her vagina that is a match to Mr. Faust, which they are not contesting, Your Honor. So I think that is pretty clearly a violation of 24-4-412 when no prior notice has been made and no showing of competent evidence showing that would pass 403 examination has been presented to the court as required by 412. So that's the actions that I think that Mr. Cruz has taken in order to intentionally violate the court's previous instructions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz.
So part of the state's case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker doesn't know each other at all. Only I was telling them that only time, they could have had contact with each other at this restaurant. The court explicitly told me, or explained to me, and ordered me, that I could not make an argument about consent. So I'm not making an argument about consent. A big part of their case is just no way possible an issue with Brandon teaching. I'm just addressing that fact. Nothing in regards to the honorable court's order regarding 412 or in regards to argument of consent. Now, I am arguing, as the court has heard, that it's the state's burden to prove that appropriate occurred. And that's as far as I understand that I
Cruz, what would be the purpose of even mentioning the possibility of prior contact if it wasn't to violate the court's order?
Because the state's position is simply that these two would have never run into each other. We're disputing that.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, since it is my motion, that is a complete and total misrepresentation of what just happened. Mr. Cruz was talking about the DNA and the fact that the state's contention is that the DNA came into Miss Baker's body when his client was raping, sodomizing, and then murdering Miss Baker. And then said, alternatively, that could have happened if they had run into each other at this Mexican restaurant the night before in the context of where the DNA came from. So the idea that this is just an attack on the idea that Miss Baker and Mr. Faust could have randomly run into each other in some other social setting and that it has nothing to do with intimating that there was some kind of prior consensual sexual contact, something that Mr. Cruz seems to want to create the impression of with, as he says it himself, no evidence existing to support, is a violation of 412. And I don't see how it could be possibly interpreted as anything other than an intentional act on Mr. Cruz's part after repeated instructions from the court that he hasn't followed the proper procedural rules in order to introduce such evidence, and his own statements that would support a finding by the court, even if he had given notice, that there isn't any evidence, much less sufficient evidence under 403 to allow that allegation into the trial of this case.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And Mr. Yelmichley does get the last word. It's his motion, but go ahead.
I think the prosecutor's taking my statement, deal and gaps, which is breaching. Your Honor, if there's evidence in the case, if one of their positions is that, hey, these people never came into contact with each other, we're allowed to rebut that evidence by saying, hey, they never had contact. I am not speaking of sexual contact, I am speaking of proximity. The state's position is just simply judge what judge don't like. I'll put it this way. For the state to get up and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt because he made statements about the DNA and saying that, hey, they could have had contact with each other. And I didn't say they had sex at the Mexican restaurant. All I'm doing is saying, hey, there's a chance that these two were around each other. I understand the honorable court's rules, but to get up, object, and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt because he intentionally violated the court's order, that is not this. I have not said one time in this open, consistent with the court's order, consistent with my understanding of 412, that that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker have had sex. What I've said is the state may be charging them with this offense, so they have to present evidence to support their allegations. And I've stated multiple different ways, but that is exactly what the position is now.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Your Honor, Mr. Cruz just said that it was about the DNA in his response. There is no other way to interpret DNA that is taken out of an oral sample and a vaginal sample that is male DNA other than claiming some sexual act. So I think not only is Mr. Cruz intentionally violating the court's previous orders, he's also being disingenuous in his representation of what just occurred in the courtroom, which the court saw for itself.
All right, thank you. That's all. All right, with regard to this particular moment, Mr. Cruz, we have had discussions about this issue. And I am finding that your comments were deliberate, that you are deliberately trying to circumvent 412. I'm not going to find you in contempt because this moment is very similar to an argument you made about the state's comments about a word that you did not agree was appropriate. Attorneys' comments, attorneys' arguments, openings and closings are not to be considered as evidence. But I am offering this to you, Mr. Cruz, as a warning that it is imperative that you follow the court's order. I've made several rulings with regard to this case. You are not allowed to talk about any issues of consent. You are not allowed to circumvent 412 without a proper motion. You have not filed a proper motion with regard to 412. If you do, the court will hear it. The state is correct. Even if we do hear a 412 motion, you have to have evidence supporting your motion. It can't just be something that you throw out there and assume that is something that could be properly admitted. But until a motion has been filed by the defense regarding 412, my order stands, and you are not allowed to go down that road. Am I clear about that, Mr. Cruz? All right, thank you. You may bring the jury back in. Thank you. All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Cruz?
The state's evidence includes, we mentioned the DNA, but what they also intend to introduce, and this is the question you have to ask yourself with anything they introduce, how does this support that Mr. Faust is responsible for death, burglary, rape, and escape? They intend to bring in a long-term girlfriend of Mr. Faust by the name of Miss Brenda Sweeney. Okay? Now, the thing is, Miss Sweeney and Mr. Faust were in a long-term relationship. They are not strangers. Okay? The state won't present any evidence of strangers coming in saying Mr. Faust broke in their house and did these terrible things to him. But what Miss Sweeney will testify to, you may get three different things because I believe we've gotten two. Okay? Police go to Miss Sweeney's house when Mr. Faust is first arrested. The news is broken. Right? She's getting phone calls. You'll see this if they present it. She's getting phone calls from people saying, hey, did you, I don't know what I'm assuming. Pretty much she ends up saying that I just got a phone call that Edrick has been arrested. So what happens is law enforcement goes to her house, and the way they find her, based on what the officer says, is police reports. Mr. Faust and Miss Sweeney have a tumultuous relationship. They fought a lot. Okay, their police report of Miss Sweeney calling the police on Mr. Faust and saying he beat her up, and she gets arrested because there's witnesses saying no, it's the other way around. She was jumping on him. You're gonna hear testimony from Miss Sweeney where she says, "Hey, Edrick hit me, and I beat him so bad I threw him into a DJ booth one time. Edrick took my car without permission. I went to his grandmother's house and I beat him so bad he was trying to get me off of him, so he was scratching me, and other people had to come take me off of him." And she's gonna give you multiple stories like that. But during this interview, it gets to a point where you'll see that this interview stops. And she says, hey, the worst thing I can say that Mr. Faust has done to me, he's hit me, and when the relationship is over and I'm with somebody else, he'll stop. He won't leave me alone. Police don't take that as true. When they didn't get this scandalous story from Ms. Sweeney about how terrible of a person Mr. Faust is, and it's terrible to fight with your significant other, what they say is, Brenda, a young lady has been killed, and we want to get justice for this young lady. And we know, he's a terrible guy, and he's done terrible things to you. And just like we want to get justice for this young lady, we also want to get justice for you too. And she says, wait, guys, I don't know anything about a cold case. I don't know anything about a girl dying. All right, are you saying Edrick did it? Yes, we believe he did it. And Brenda, you were involved. You were with him at the time. And you'll see her, she misinterprets it. She said, what? How am I involved? And he says, well, Brenda, you were with them, so forth and so on. We've seen police reports with you too. And then she pauses for a second. And she says, Edrick used to force himself on me. And the officer says, oh, tell me more about that. Tell me more about it. And he says, did he punch you? She says, yeah, he punched me. Was he violent? Yeah, he was violent. When he would do this to you, was it vaginally, orally, anally. She said, or you hear, she says, I don't know, for me, vaginal. Right? And they continue talking to Miss Sweeney. And it gets to a point, and they may present it, they may not present it. But I want you to know this is evidence that may come in this case. It gets to a point that Miss Sweeney is under so much pressure. And forgive me, I've forgotten the piece. Miss Sweeney tells law enforcement that she's had multiple strokes, by the way. So she's physically suffering, and she also says it affects her memory. But it gets to a point where they get Miss Sweeney so worked up, she says, y'all, God just gave me something. She said, I'm very biblical. She said, this one time, Edrick went to this house, and there was this girl, and I don't know what he did. They set the house on fire. And they say, well, did he hurt the girl? She says, I don't know. Says, was anything taken? She says, yeah, he probably took the TV. He probably took it to his stepmother's house. The officer asks, well, how do you know this? Did he tell you? She says, he must have told me. I knew too much. And police at that moment, they don't take it like, oh my goodness, she may not be in the best space to talk, right? They continue talking to her, tells them all types of fantastical stories. But what ends up occurring is, once I found out about Miss Sweeney's interview, and you will hear this too, that's why I say it's two sides. I speak to Miss Sweeney. She comes to the court in front of the investigators that interviewed her, in front of the prosecutors, in front of Mr. Faust, in front of myself. And she says, you know, I felt like they led me into those answers. She says the only thing that I can remember from my relationship with Mr. Faust is that there was one time that we had unconsensual sex, and it was not violent. The state will introduce Ms. Sweeney not as evidence supporting that Mr. Faust committed these crimes against Ms. Baker, but to get you emotionally riled up. And that's why we chose you as jurors, because we believe that you will focus on the evidence. They are also going to bring in an individual by the name of Mr. Edrick Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries is serving a 105-month federal sentence. You will learn throughout this case, multiple people, since 2001, I know at least one officer has testified that there's been people from prison called with tips, like, hey, you know, I have this information, can I get a deal or something? Now, what you'll learn in this case, Mr. Jeffries is going to testify that I don't have a deal. I don't have a deal. But what he will have to admit is that after he testifies in this case, he doesn't have a deal now, because it'd be terrible for him to have a deal now, because of course we'll talk about his deal. What happens after this case, after he testifies and says Mr. Faust told him in 2003 that he committed this crime, I'm going to get into the details for you. Prosecutors, federal prosecutors are going to meet with him. They're going to review the transcript. And if they determine that Mr. Jeffries assisted the state in this case, he is going to receive an interview. Okay? And you have to consider that information in determining his credibility. But this is what he says. He speaks with, he sees the news. The news breaks of Mr. Faust's arrest. He's in jail. He says this, so you'll hear this. You admit it or we'll play a recording of it. He's sitting there watching the TV. He sees Mr. Faust get arrested. Okay? He doesn't call police. He doesn't say, hey, correctional officer, come here. I know something about a crime. He calls his lawyer. You'll hear that he reaches out to his lawyer. And of course, we don't know what the conversation is with his lawyer, but he ends up meeting with the lead investigator in this case, Miss Elizabeth Bigham. When he meets with Miss Bigham, she says, hey, tell me what you know about this case. He says, well, when I was 14 years old, Mr. Faust came to my house, and he was saying, oh my goodness, I'm about to get into it with police because they know that I killed this girl in Deer Park. Okay? That is what he's going to testify to. So police asked him, why did you wait 20-something years to say that? And Mr. Jeffries says the most important thing, and the reason why he's testifying in his trial. Mr. Jeffries tells him, jail helps me remember things. But you will hear from Mr. Jeffries. That is the state's evidence. Not a single shred of evidence will place Mr. Faust in Miss Baker's home. And the state has told you themselves, they've admitted it. We don't know how he got into the house. The evidence will show that Chris Melton admitted that Miss Baker had a key to his house. You have to decide if it's reasonable that Miss Baker.
I'm going to sustain that.
Yes, ma'am. But the state will rely on Cedric Jeffries, who, when he walks in this courtroom, he is serving a federal sentence right now, 104 months. And this isn't the first case Mr. Jeffries has testified on. Now, he may admit it, he may not admit it. But Mr. Jeffries at this time has testified on 2 other cases. He is a witness that gets in on cases and comes and testifies for the state. Something that's important, you're going to hear the interview of Mr. Jeffries, or he may admit it, so he may not get into the interview. But you're going to hear that Mr. Jeffries, one of the things he says is that I've never heard of this case before. Okay, and the state brought it to your attention that Mr. Faust stated that, in his interview, he made statements about Ms. Baker, and we're going to get into those statements. But before I get into those statements, I want to talk to you about sketches you'll see. The state is going to present sketches to you. Okay? And what these sketches are of African-American men walking through Deer Park neighborhood. Right? Police does a canvass after they found out about Ms. Baker's death. And during this canvass, they're talking to neighbors saying, hey, what did you see? The person that stays directly across the street, hey, Your Honor, may we switch back to the Thank you, Your Honor. So what you'll see, as I mentioned, the blue tarp, and I think you all have a picture there, but the house with the blue tarp is Tara Baker's house. The house across the street, I believe that is Mr. Matthew Owens, Mr. Jay Anderson. I may be mistaken. I think Matthew Owens definitely stays there, Mr. Jay Anderson, and another individual. And when police come and talk to them, what they're going to tell you is that we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. And as you know, in UGA country, you don't wear orange if you're trying to be here. But we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. He's either wearing khakis or jeans, and he was walking in front of, down the street in front of Miss Baker's house. And the officer asked, can you describe him? He says, yeah, he has like small afro hair, black male, orange shirt, jeans. They said, well, how's he walking? He said, he's just walking regular, just walking. But he says, I leave to go away. I walk away from the window for a second. He said it's maybe 5 or 10 seconds he walks away from the window. And he says, when I come back, that person is gone. I don't see him anymore. He said, there's no way they could have made it to the end of the street because he said, I can see both sides of the street. He said the person had to cut through the houses. And then you will hear from Miss Tiffany Riker. And that individual, I think it's Jay Anderson, but the evidence will show the proper name. He doesn't do a sketch, just to be clear. But you will hear from Miss Tiffany Anderson, Tiffany Riker, who stays right here, this house here. She's going to say when she's coming out of her house to get in her car, she also sees a black guy. And she gives the same description. Wearing an orange shirt, blue jeans, khakis. He's walking down the street. And that's the gentleman I said, she backed up. She said, you can stop for me to get out of my car. Now, what you'll learn in this case is on the other side of your park, there's another photo you'll see during this trial, there's a Walmart. It's the Walmart on Lexington Road. So people travel from this neighborhood up here at the top through Deer Park and around here, I think somewhere around here, you can cut through and go to the Walmart on Lexington Road. Okay? And Chris Melton will tell us that African-American foot traffic was coming. Tiffany Riker would tell us that she didn't think anything of it because African-American foot traffic is coming. She thought the guy was walking to Walmart. But when police get this information, despite Ms. Kashona Armstrong saying we saw a gentleman running through my backyard, police say, okay, let's do a sketch of this person. So you're going to see a sketch of a guy who may not even know his pictures involved in this case. But they're going to show those sketches. But they're also going to show a sketch from a young lady. She was the wife of a tow truck driver, okay? And the state may change it because I'm about to say it, but the state may try to make this one person, okay? But it's two different people. She says, hey, I see a guy. I was out with my husband. We were picking up a car. I saw a guy walking down the street. She says this guy has a heavy set face. He's kind of heavier looking. I can't really tell his body because of the jacket he has on. She says it's a bright jacket, but she says it's long sleeve, which is different from the individual that Ms. Riker and the individuals that stay across the street from Ms. Baker. Different from the individual they saw. They say, well, how was he acting? She says, well, he was just walking down the street. She said, I actually watched him in my mirror the entire time he walked, and he was just walking. They said, well, did he have on a hat? No hat, no hood, just a jacket, just walking down the street. The state is going to present those pictures to you as Mr. Faust. They're going to say, hey, it's a black guy in the neighborhood. This is Mr. Faust. But again, the only evidence they could present to you is that this gentleman was just walking. One, heavier set in the face. Another, wearing a short sleeve orange shirt. One wearing an orange jacket. All right? But those are the sketches they're going to present to you. One of the sketches, and it's up to you to decide, does not fit the description given at all. And you will hear evidence, you will see those sketches, you will hear the information given by those witnesses about what the person looks like. But the photo that I showed you, Mr. Faust with the hair, they're going to say, hey, this is Mr. Faust with his hair, and these are the sketches. Ask questions about the sketches. Look at the sketches. Listen to the information that the state gives you about the sketches. And just to make sure I'm clear, the person that was reported walking in front of Ms. Baker's house, our position would be this is the same person that Ms. Riker saw coming down this way, just for clarity. Lastly, you are going to hear Mr. Faust's interview. You're going to hear what Mr. Faust himself said about this case. You will learn, contrary to what the state has told you, that Mr. Faust was told when he was arrested, we're arresting you for murder and aggravated sodomy. They hadn't asked him anything. That's what you're here for. Murder and aggravated sodomy. Mr. Faust is confused. He talks to him. He chooses to talk to him away with his rights because, of course, he's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. While they're talking to Mr. Faust, they didn't tell him whose murder. You will hear Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell ask Mr. Faust, did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? And that's how they ask him. Did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? Mr. Faust tells him, I vaguely remember, and this is a paraphrase, not a quote, but I vaguely remember it. I think I saw something in the paper about it. You will learn Jeremy Howell nor Elizabeth Bigham show Mr. Faust a photo of Ms. Baker. Jeremy Howell nor Elizabeth Bigham tell Mr. Faust Ms. Baker's name. They don't say, the Tara Baker case. They just say, hey, you heard about the cold case from 23 years ago. They don't even give Mr. Faust the opportunity to explain the DNA because what they tell him, and this is very important stuff, they tell him, why is your DNA found in that house? Mr. Faust said, house? I've never been to a house in Deer Park. My DNA in the house? Your DNA is in the house. And just as much as I'm here to exonerate, I am here to hunt. But the truth is, as I've told you, the evidence will show there is not a shred of evidence putting Mr. Faust in the house. They didn't have that evidence, but they misled Mr. Faust. And of course, hearing he's charged with murder and aggravated sodomy, he's probably freaking out. And he says, I don't know anything about the house. I don't know that woman. But again, they never gave him an opportunity to confirm they were talking about. No name, no photo, just the cold case from 23 years ago in Deer Park, and your DNA was found in the house. What you're learning in this case, one person lied to police over and over and over and over and over again. One person simply said, I've never been to a house park, wherever you're talking about, I don't know. And the person that's in the next chair is Mr. Faust. Now, Miss Baker, as we all know, is a very beautiful woman. They showed us a photo, or the photo that Mr. Faust would have been aware of. It's a glamour shot. The photo that you all saw was not a photo that was shown to Mr. Faust. I do predict that the state, they may change this. I predict that the state is going to attempt to play for you an audio version of Mr. Faust's interview. Because the video version will show that Mr. Faust was given no information other than that he was charged with murder and aggravated sodomy for a cold case that occurred 23 years ago. On the video, you will see no pictures shown to him, as I mentioned. The state's evidence may get you emotionally riled up, but those are not answers. I think this is significant for everybody to know. So in 2001, Mr. Melton is told, as I told you before, that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. And, I may not say the sexual assault piece, but he knew. They told him in 2001, and that's when he came back with, I saw her 6 days before she passed away. When he was meeting with Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell, they told him, hey, we found another person's DNA in her body. And Mr. Melton's response was telling. Mr. Melton himself said, sounds like she was with someone else. Objection. Again. This is evidence in the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for one more moment. Please don't discuss the case. Holden, you have an objection?
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Yalamanchili and I had talked in anticipation of us getting to this point over the weekend. But since I had made opening statement, I
Pull that microphone towards you. Thank you.
that I would object since I had made the opening statement. But since Mr. Yalamanchili had made the 412 arguments in the past that he would handle.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, as the court's aware, as the state's aware, if Mr. Cruz wasn't aware before we started all the pretrial motions in this case, he ought to be aware now. Making reference, whether it's a statement made by some other witness, whether it's elicited direct examination, cross-examination, or any other method to a relationship between Ms. Baker and anyone else that was not noticed by the defense as a 412 act is prohibited by 24-4-412. I'm not sure how much clearer the statutory language could be. I'm not sure how much clearer the court could possibly have been in its instructions. But whether it's Mr. Cruz making reference to a statement that some witness made during an interview with law enforcement, or whether it's Mr. Cruz eliciting the testimony on direct examination or cross-examination, it is all prohibited by the rule, which Mr. Cruz has violated now for the second time in his opening statement. It does not matter. It does not matter one bit whether or not Chris Melton said that in an interview to law enforcement for the analysis of whether or not it is admissible and the methods that must be adhered to if the defense intends to admit it in any way, shape, or form, Judge. And so this is the second time before we've called the first witness to the witness stand that Mr. Cruz has violated 412 in what seems at this point to be an intentional pattern to try to work his way around the laws and rules of the state of Georgia as it relates to admissible evidence in cases involving allegations of rape and aggravated sodomy, Your Honor. So again, at this point, I don't know what the remedy is that the court wants to enact, but obviously telling Mr. Cruz not to do it isn't effective because he's not listening and he's not following the court's orders.
Cruz. Any response?
Absolutely. I'm actually blown away and in shock that the state is taking this statement to the 412 argument. Our theory of this case is that Chris Melton committed this crime. Chris Melton's statement, when he's confronted with DNA that he already knew was present, that she was with someone else, it has nothing to do with us trying to get around 412. That statement is for the sole purpose of showing his consciousness of guilt. He knew this information in 2001. He's told the exact same information in 2024. And his response isn't, oh, my girlfriend, I can't believe this happened. You guys better find her. His response is just simply to say, oh, well, let's do it. She's with somebody else. There's no evidence that I intend to present that Chris Melton knows about Ms. Baker's sexual history. There's nothing I can intimate that Ms. Baker knows, that Mr. Melton knows about Ms. Baker's sexual history. The purpose of that statement has nothing to do with her character, under 24.412, her sexual character. The purpose of that statement is to show Chris Melton's response. When he's presented with some evidence, he gives a response that's inconsistent with the person that is innocent. So this isn't a 412. I understand the state may not like what I present, but that does not mean I have to preview every single statement I have to them so they can prepare their case. This is open statement. I respect the court. I do anything for this court. I told the court that multiple times. This is not a 412 argument. This is Chris Melton, who knows nothing about Ms. Baker's sexual history, being confronted with a piece of evidence and making a statement that shows consciousness of guilt in our court. This has nothing to do with sex.
All right, thank you. As this court has stated multiple times, this is the second time today, multiple times during hearings, that there is a process that must be adhered to in order to get the appropriate permission from the court to introduce statements, evidence that another party objects to. In this particular case, it is a 412 motion. We have talked about this over and over again. What I have said over and over again is that the defense has failed to file a motion under 412. The state did. The defense has failed to file a motion, and I've said many times that if the defense files a 412 motion, even though it's not timely, the court will consider it. There has been no motion filed. Mr. Cruz, you've been made aware many times that you are not to bring in this kind of statement. I mean, I realize I have said several times today that opening and closing arguments of the attorneys and arguments are not evidence, and I'm going to say it again when the jury comes out. But you've been told many times that in order to, I'm talking now, Mr. Cruz, thank you. You have been told many times that in order to present statements like that, ask for the admissibility of evidence like that, you have to file the proper motion. And the court may consider it even though it's not timely. As I just stated 10 minutes ago, I do find your statements to the jury to be avenues to circumvent 412. And it is not appropriate. I'm finding you in contempt of court. You have had the opportunity to explain yourself, and I'm fining you $1,000. and you are to present that $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. and put it into the registry of the court.
Whoa!
And that is my sanction for continuing to
Where is my
not abide by this court's orders. I don't know how many times we're going to have this, but it really can't happen again. $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock. You may bring the jury out. Thank you.
what? My boy did got what the hell? I've never seen. Only in Georgia can we get this type of action. Oh my goodness. She told him in contempt, like, come on, dude. You keep walking this line. Oh my goodness. We have not even got to the first witness. How does this all go down in opening statements? I cannot. I've never seen anything like this. We have not even got past opening statements. You say with financial consequence, like, oh my, oh gosh. This gonna be nice to watch just because of the dynamics, because he hard-headed. He got a hard head. I couldn't find my button to pause it. Here y'all go, y'all. My goodness. Look at that face. Oh my goodness.
All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that any statements made by the attorneys, whether it is in opening statements or closing statements or during arguments, any statements by the attorneys are not to be considered as evidence. Mr. Cruz?
At the end of this case, when you go back home, you're sitting around the dinner table, and someone says to you, why did you find Mr. Faust not guilty? You're going to say, well, I was fed a wealth of information. All this information came and it boiled down to one thing. The state couldn't prove that Edrick Faust was the person that killed Tara Baker. The state could not prove or present evidence that Mr. Faust was in Miss Baker's home. All of the hair found on and around Miss Baker's body was Caucasian hair. Mr. Faust is an African-American man. And that's why we voted not guilty. The prosecution in a murder case is required to prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Not a forced doubt or a speculative doubt, but a reasonable doubt. They have to present a case from you from A to Z. If A is Mr. Faust's DNA and Z is law enforcement's investigation, they never answer the question at G, at H, at I, at J, K. They don't answer the questions about Chris Melvin. They don't answer the questions about the hair, even the hair found in her hand. If he did it, why would she have somebody else's hair in her hand? Why would she have non-African-American hair in her hand? If Mr. Faust did it, how did he get in and out of the house unseen? Why didn't anybody see a black male running through the neighborhood? If he did it, why would he take so much time cleaning up her apartment? He doesn't know who stays there. There are 3 bedrooms. If he's a stranger, why would he take that time to clean her apartment? This was a crime opportunity. You all swore to uphold the law, to hold the state to its burden. There is evidence here of reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust did not kill Ms. Baker. And it is not just sprinkled through this case. Reasonable doubt lives in this case. When you all have heard the evidence in this case, we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. In this nightmare for Mr. Faust, I am asking you individually and as a body to find Mr. Faust not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel, for both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, we started a bit late today. It is certainly late. I am going to give you a lunch break, even though it is certainly late. I'm going to ask that you return here at 4 o'clock. We're going to try to get into a little bit of the case. I promised Dr. Waller that we would be gone by 5. I've kind of promised all of you that 5 o'clock is kind of our limit. There may be days where we go a little bit longer. There may be days where we go shorter. But I did promise Dr. Waller 5 o'clock today because I know he has an emergency at his house. So we're going to do that. But we're going to get into a little bit of the case at 4 o'clock. When you leave here today, please don't discuss the case, of course, with anyone. Do any independent research. Go to any of the locations you may have heard. Have a nice late lunch. We'll see you right back here at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Counsel, we'll see you at 4 o'clock.
See you at 4 o'clock with my paper. Bring that $1,000. That's what you should
I wanted
bring.
to raise a matter before the honorable court.
Oh, he got stuff that he gonna still talk about? Wait a minute. Let's see. They trying to get him out of that $1,000. Man, come here causing all that chaos.
Fire.
Okay.
Firefighting career.
On the record, State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. Is the state ready to proceed? Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Statement call its first witness.
Freeman.
Could you get David Freeman, please?
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can have a seat.
State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. Is the state ready to proceed? Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Statement call its first witness.
Freeman.
Could you get David Freeman, please?
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can have a seat. Sir, I'm going to ask you to state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
David, David, Freeman, Freeman.
Sir, I'm going to ask you, back in 2001, how were you employed?
I was a firefighter at Athens, Clark County.
Can you tell the jury, please, just a little bit about your firefighting career with the Athens Clark County Fire Department?
I was generally assigned firefighting or driving the truck. I did both. When I say firefighting, I mean actually pulling the hose off and, fighting fire.
How long did you do that, sir?
26 years.
Was there a primary station that you worked out of in those 26 years?
I worked in all of them at one time or another. I worked at all. We had 6, then we had 7, then we had, I think they got 8 now, but I worked at all of them at one time or another.
Do you recall where you were working in January of 2001? Which station?
Station 5.
Which one is that?
Whit Davis at Whit Davis Road.
Mr. Freeman, do you recall being dispatched with other Athens Clark County police or Athens Clark County firefighters to a call at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that address in Athens Clark County?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you recall approximately what time of day that call came out?
Generally, we clean up the station in the morning, check the truck, do household stuff. And it was before lunch. I can't tell you exactly what time.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, if you could please describe what you observed as you approached 160 Fawn Drive.
The call came in, I believe, as a structure fire. Me and another firefighter were on the back of the truck, which means we actually have the nozzle. We pull up to the front of the house or front of the apartment, and you could see the left side of the apartment. It had broken through. You could see flames. So as a firefighter, you're taught to go in the front and push the fire outside. So I had the nozzle. We went to the front door. I was putting my mask on, and I reached up and tried the door, and it was locked. And I believe the lieutenant on the truck is who actually kicked the door in. When he kicked the door in, I mean, it was almost like a training fire. You could see smoke had come down about head high, and we're taught to crawl. But that day, the smoke wasn't all the way down, so I could see a glow in the right side of the back of the room, which...
I'm going to stop you right there. So just to clarify a little bit, did you go in the front door of the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And as you enter the front door, where in the house are you situated, if that makes sense?
When I go in the front door,
Yes, sir. Like just kind of generally
the
describe
best I can remember, because when we pulled up in the truck, you could see the fire in the left back of the house, and you could see the flames shooting through. So I had in my mind that when we went in, I was going to go to the left. Well, when we kicked the door in, you could see in the right back of the room, you could see red glowing.
And what did you do when you saw that red glowing?
We actually went to that area, which turned out to be the kitchen, which turned out to be all the eyes on the stove are on.
When you say eyes, what exactly do you mean?
The old coral type electric stoves.
Okay.
They were all on and glowing red.
Did you notice anything about the knobs to the stove?
Did not have knobs on the stove.
Where were the knobs?
I can't. They were either on the counter. I don't think they were on the stove, but I think they were on the counter. They were taken off.
Did you yourself turn the stove off?
I believe I did. Yes, sir. I had to I mean, I don't know if they were in the right place, but I put the knobs back on there and turned the stove off. And then, what you go ahead.
Okay. What'd you do after you turned the stove off?
Lieutenant was over, he was walking across the room back towards what now we know is the bedroom, but he told me, he said, open the back door to let some of the smoke out. So I had on my gloves, so I reached up to open the door and it was locked. So it was pretty warm in there. So I took my glove off and I opened the door. I believe it had a deadbolt and then a regular lock. So I opened the door, and at that point, the lieutenant said, come over here. So I had the nozzle.
You had the nozzle on. He said, come over here. Where did you go?
I went from the stove kitchen area across what was the living room to what we now know was her bedroom, and that door was closed also.
What happened next?
We tried to open the door and it was locked. So the other firefighter that was with me, I think Doug actually kicked that door too. And, you know, I said, when he kicks the door, it's going to roll out, because I knew it was what we call rolling. It was
When you say it's going to roll out, what are your
the fire. The fire's going to roll out, because when we rolled up, we could see it burning through the roof. So I knew it was pretty intense. So when he kicked the door, I opened the nozzle, what we call Z'd it. I Z'd it down, knocked the fire down. And then they said, I hit it one more time just to kind of cool it down. And I had put my hand, we were just sitting there kind of watching it, make sure it didn't flare back up or flame up or whatever. And I always kept a big rubber band on my fire helmet, and I had a light stuck, up there in it. And I had my hand down on the floor, just kind of sitting there watching to see if it, smoke had banked all the way down in this room. And then I turned the light. When I turned my head, I looked down and I saw her at the foot of the bed. And
Can you describe in detail what you saw?
there was a nude lady laying there. Almost looked like, you could tell she'd been in extreme heat. And she was also like a mummy, like she didn't look real. Her hair looked like her hair was intact, but it was.
So I know you said that she's on the floor. Do you recall how she was positioned?
She was positioned with her feet towards the door. Best I remember, we go in the door, the bed was to the left, and then she was at the foot of the bed, and then looked like the flames or the fire was on the bed.
Do you recall how her body was oriented, up, down, otherwise?
She was face up.
Upon discovering the body, what did you do next, sir?
Like I said, we were trained just to make sure it doesn't flame back up or anything. And so Steve and I were still in the room, on the floor. And the lieutenant, which was Doug, he was standing at the door behind us. And he said, y'all don't touch anything, just make sure it doesn't flame back up and back out. So that's basically what we did. We got it cooled down, and then we backed out.
And after backing out, did you, and when you say Doug, is that Doug Whitehead?
Yes, sir. He was a lieutenant on the seat that day. He was a supervisor, you might say.
And you mentioned Steve. Is that Steve?
Steve, yes, sir. He was a firefighter also. He and I were on the back of the truck. We had a driver of the truck. We had Doug was a supervisor, lieutenant, and then we had two firefighters, Steve Shellnut and myself, were on the back of the truck.
And after y'all backed out of the room, did you turn the scene over to the police?
Yeah, we called, I guess they called the chief and the assistant chief anyway. The shift commander was already there. So I guess they notified police, and, you know, it just kind of become chaos at that as everybody started showing up, and they wouldn't let us go anywhere. We had to stay there.
At any point, did you take notice of a screen to the back window in the house?
Yes, sir. When we got it cooled down, and I guess I was in shock. I just went to the back door because I had two small daughters. I went to the back door kind of trying to collect my thoughts and whatever. And there was a window to the left side of the door, and the screen, I can't say if it was laying in the yard or if it was leaned up against the house, but the screen had been tampered with. You could tell where it, like if you take a screwdriver and try to pop it out, you can tell where it had been bent. It had been tampered with.
Hang on just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Freeman, those are all the questions I have for you. My questions.
Okay.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. May I move the podium, please?
Of course.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Freeman. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the back door to the home. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this point. When you opened the door, did you have to unlock the deadbolt and the bottom portion of the door?
With no glove on. Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that based on your examination of the home, the doors were locked and there was no evidence of forced entry?
That would be correct. No forced entry to the doors. Now, like I said, the screen on the window, it looked like it had been tampered with, but but no, there was no forced entry to the doors. No, sir.
Sure. Do you recall completing a interview with firefighter report from January 19th, 2001?
The report that I had to write?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree, and if you don't know, you can say you don't know and I can show you. Would you agree that you were asked the question 29 in that report, were the doors locked when the first units arrived? Do you remember that question?
I really don't even remember the report you were referring to. I had to write a handwritten statement of what happened that day. Usually the supervisors make out the fire report.
Yes, sir. I am going to show you what I am marking as Defense Exhibit 1. Yes, sir. Thank you. Is it okay if I approach you?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Were the doors locked when the first unit arrived? Yes, they were. Was any force of entry? I put no.
Yes, sir. You mentioned the window. I know that it's been 25 years since you responded to this scene. Do you recall what that window looked like at the time that you saw it?
It was a, could have been like a white, seemed like it was a white aluminum frame or vinyl window. It was 2 panes, top and bottom. Like I said, it was to the left of the back door.
Would you recognize that window if you saw it again?
Possibly.
I would like to show you what's being marked as Defense Exhibit 2 and Defense Exhibit 3. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir.
And to make sure I have this correct, this window was to the, if I'm facing the back door, it would be to the right. Is that correct?
Left.
If I'm facing, well, let me,
If you're coming in the front door,
okay, it's to the left. Is that right?
the window is to the left of the door that's on the right.
Excellent. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2 and 3. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that image?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the window as you viewed it on the day you responded to 160 Fawn Drive?
Is this the way I found it? Is that what you're asking? I mean, if it's just.
Correct. Well, do you recognize?
I can't honestly say. I remember, as you can look at this and tell, it looks like it's been tampered with or whatever, but I can't honestly say that the screen was outside, was not on the window. I mean, over 26 years, I had numerous calls, and I can't 100% say that screen was off. I'm pretty sure it was, but I can't sit here and say, I know it was tampered with because I remember seeing this.
Yes, sir. Did you make any notations in the report I provided you? I believe that was Defense Exhibit 1, if I'm not mistaken, about the window screen.
No, sir.
Would you have any reason to say that those images have been altered in any way?
No, sir.
I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you recognize Defense Exhibit 4 as the screen at 160 Fawn Drive, well, the screen in the window at 160 Fawn Drive. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate? Defense Exhibit 2 through 4, are those fair and accurate descriptions of?
Yes, that's, looking at this is where I got the idea that it had been tampered with.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 2 through 4 into evidence.
Any objection? They are admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
May I publish that to the jury?
Nay.
I want to thank you so much for your heroism. Those are my questions.
Any redirect by the state? May this witness be excused. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go, sir. You may call your next witness.
Doug Whitehead.
Could you get Doug Whitehead, please?
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So help you God.
I do.
Can you state your name, please, and spell it for our court reporter?
Doug Whitehead, DOUGWHITEHEAD.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitehead. If you could please, sir, tell the jury what it is that you did for a living.
I was a firefighter, sergeant in Athens, Clark County Fire Department.
How long did you work for the Athens Clark County?
Almost 35 years.
When did you start and when did you stop?
Started January 1st, 1977 and stopped sometime in January of 2011.
Over the course of your career with Athens Clark County Fire Department, did you work in a number of different stations around town?
Oh, yes.
Specifically in January of 2001, do you recall where you were stationed back then?
Station 5 on Whit Davis Road.
Mr. Whitehead, on January the 19th of 2001, do you remember being dispatched to a house fire at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, I do.
Is that in Athens, Clark County?
It is.
Just real quick, to get from Station 5 to Fawn Drive, how would you get there?
Well, we turn left out of the fire station, go to the intersection at Lexington Road, turn left. Believe it's the next road to the right is Cooper Road, and Fawn Drive would be off of that.
So when you turn onto Lexington from Whit Davis, are you turning left as
Turn
towards
left
town?
at the red light towards Athens.
Do you remember about what time of day that call came out?
11-ish, I believe.
Describe, if you can, sir, what you personally observed when you arrived at 160 Fawn Drive.
Smoke coming from the rear of the apartment.
And so what did you do next?
I told the guys on the back to pull an 1 3/4 attack line, and we proceeded to the front door of the building.
What did you observe when you got to the front door?
It was locked.
What happened next?
Kicked it in.
What did you observe once that front door had gotten kicked in?
Smoke in that room. In the right rear corner of that room, to the best of my knowledge or remembrance, it is like one big room, kitchen and living room kind of combined, and in the right corner was a red glow.
And did you and the other firefighters go to investigate the source of that red glow?
We did.
What was it?
It was an electric stove with all four eyes on the top on high, and the knobs pulled off and placed on the countertop.
What did you do upon observing the stove being turned on with the eyes or with the knobs removed?
I didn't personally do it myself, but the knobs were put back on the stove and it was turned off.
Did you then turn your attention towards locating the source of the fire?
Yes.
Describe exactly what you did next, sir.
From the stove, we would have kind of turned left, and there was a hallway, short hallway, a door at the end of that hallway, a door to the left, a door in front, and a door to the right. All three of those doors were locked. So we were pretty sure that the fire was in the room to the right, and it was locked, and we kicked that door in.
Okay, and what happened when you kicked the door in?
We found the fire, source of the fire, and we also found Miss Baker.
We'll get to that in a minute, but I want to talk about encountering the fire and what you and other
The fire had broken through the roof, which means that it burned through the sheetrock, up into the attic, through the insulation, through the plywood and the asphalt shingles on the top. So you could actually see daylight through that hole.
Good time to ask. Do you remember what the weather was like that day? If you don't, that's okay.
I don't really remember.
Okay.
It seems maybe cloudy, overcast, and maybe cold, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
And so, what do you specifically recall about the discovery of the body in the bedroom?
I remember seeing Tara or Miss Baker at the foot of the bed, and what I remember is like her hair was wet and a comb had been run through her hair.
How was she positioned, if you remember?
I believe she was laying on her back.
Mr. Whitehead, do you recall, in fighting the fire in the bedroom, what would be the result, or what was the result, if you remember, of actually having to extinguish the fire to the structure of the bedroom?
From what I remember, the fire was primarily up overhead, not that much fire. So we basically would just hit it, and just a couple of turns of the nozzle, it was extinguished.
And after doing that, were you able to view a potential source or origin of the fire?
Yes.
What was that?
An Afghan, what I consider an Afghan, like was crocheted. I'm not sure if that's crocheted, knitted, was placed onto that stove that was, all four eyes were open, on high, ignited, carried to the bedroom and thrown on the bed, and remnants of that Afghan were on the stovetop in places where it dripped on the floor around to the bedroom.
And so what was the primary area of the fire in the bedroom, if that makes sense?
The bed, yeah.
You mentioned that you found the deceased, Miss Baker, at the foot of the bed, lying on her back. Do you remember anything else about her condition when you first saw her?
Yes. Some type of electrical cord. Not really sure where that came from, but around her neck.
Once you and the other firefighters had gotten the fire under control, what did you do at that point?
we backed out to preserve evidence. Once we realized there was Miss Baker was in the room, we backed out to try to preserve as much evidence as we could after making sure the fire was extinguished.
Mr. Whitehead, do you recall anything about the back window, the kitchen window to the house?
I think that the screen was taken out of the window and propped against the back of the house, but I cannot tell you that for 100%.
When you say you think that, is that your best recollection?
Yes, yes.
Overruled.
That's the last question I have.
All right.
Mr. Whitehead, I don't have any further questions for you, Defense May.
All right.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Whitehead. My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, represent Mr. Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Absolutely.
In regards to the screen, would it have been the fire department's practice to find a screen outside the house and put it back in the window?
Would not have been our practice, no.
Okay, is that a practice that you're aware of with any agency that you've worked with?
Other than the fire department, I wouldn't be
Sure.
sure about their practices.
Would it be fair to say that the front door was deadbolt locked when you
Yes.
found it?
Yes.
And I believe you say this on direct. There was heavy smoke and flames coming out of the corner of the house. Is that right?
That's right.
Were those was the bedroom door locked? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Was the bathroom door connected to that bedroom lock?
Yes. And so was the door to the left.
You gained entry into that room by kicking those doors in. Is that correct?
That's right.
And just to make sure I'm clear, that's the front door you had to kick in, the bedroom door you had to kick in, and the bathroom door that you had to
That's
kick in.
correct.
Do you recall completing a firefighter, Athens Clarke County Fire Department interview with firefighter report?
No, but I'm sure I did.
Yes, sir. Would you have any reason to disagree that you placed in your report that there was no evidence of forced entry?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Would you have any reason to disagree with the statement that in your report you put that there was no evidence of forced entry?
Before our arrival?
Correct.
Yes.
Those are all of my questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden? May this witness be excused.
No objection. Stay here.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Objection, Your Honor.
You're free to go, sir.
Free to leave?
You are, sir.
Thank you.
You may call your next. You may. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've just discussed amongst ourselves kind of best timing, and I'm going to let you all go a little bit early today. I know Dr. Waller has to get to a broken pipe, and we've talked about that. So I'm going to release you today and ask you to return back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, where we are going to resume the trial of this case. My instructions that I've given you, of course, continue to apply. Please don't talk about the case, anything you may have heard in court today with anybody. Don't do any research. Please don't go on the internet and do any independent research or analysis or anything like that about this case. Does anybody have any questions for the court about that? Very good. I appreciate your patience today. We got, started a little bit late and we took a late lunch. I will try to do a normal lunch every day between 12 and 12:30, just so you're aware. We have some snacks for you all in the jury room and drinks. If there's anything that you need while you're waiting for us in the jury room, you need to let the court know. We'll be happy to try to get it for you. Other than that, I'm going to release all of you. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, crew. Well, we dived a little bit into the case. We heard from 2 firefighters. Finally got through our opening statements. I didn't think we was gonna get through them. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That was hilarious. Oh goodness. Are they in Fulton County Court? I don't think. I don't think they're in Fulton County. I don't think. I don't know. We just found out about the case today. Let me see. I can find out what county they in. But this is hilarious. Oh my goodness. He done already got fined. We hadn't even got to a witness. I ain't never seen nothing like that. All of them objections during the opening statement. And he know better than that. Let's see. Yes, Fulton County. Oh boy. Down there with Fanny. Gone, Fanny. Yes, in Fulton County. I just looked it up. So yeah, there we go. You know, anything can go down with these Fulton County cases. They just, I don't know what they be doing as far as evidence, but oh my. Like, they have to explain how she had a handful of Caucasian hair in her hands. That is a problem with me. I cannot reconcile that in my head. And then she had somebody else's DNA. I don't know whose pubic hair was on her behind. Like, we got all types of issues that we got to resolve here. And it makes it bad when the state didn't bring these as issues up. Like, so they didn't get ahead of this. So the defense kind of telling me, I'm like, well, why did the state say, well, hey, they found this mixture, but you know, this happened. All they did was tell us what Chris, the boyfriend, was doing, but they didn't show us some horrible pictures of his hands. Did y'all see those pictures of Chris's hands that the defense showed with all that red marks and stuff? Like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know what they doing. But the defense got a whooping today. They definitely got a whooping. He better have that money in the judge's hand tomorrow because he owed a band. The judge said, you in contempt and I want my $1,000 tomorrow. No, you cannot be on a payment plan. No, you cannot do work service. No, you cannot do community service. I want my $1,000 tomorrow morning when you check in for court. Don't call in sick. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. Bring my $1,000. Rush me my band. She put him in contempt. Oh gosh, that was hilarious. I ain't never seen no crap like that. I didn't know what to do with my mic. I'm trying to hurry up and pause this shit. He ain't coming. Oh, this judge ain't playing. Well, she playing, but she ain't playing like that. Not with him. Not today. She said you won't today. You better have my money. Yeah, this is in Fanny. Oh, yeah, this is her territory. You know, remember, she talked a lot about all these cold cases that she was bringing up. Remember, Wolfenberger, the case that he was acquitted last year that we watched, that was in Fanny's territory. So she bringing all these cold cases, but it don't matter if you bringing junk cases. You just wasting people's time, but whatever. Yeah, so I guess we'll go with this one tomorrow first before the burning trial. So instead of going into our burning trial tomorrow first, we will go in this one and we'll do our burning trial. We will do that on TiVo time. So we'll watch that at 1.5 tomorrow. But oh yeah, I'm glad we watched these openings. Oh my. Oh, oh my. Yeah, you better have her take all money tomorrow. That's what I do know. And if he don't know that, and his face afterwards, you see he calmed down. He calmed down a little bit. Yeah, she missing all that money, right? I think they want to know where the balance at or something over there. I haven't followed too much after her hearing, But I heard they down her neck about where the ballot's at. They want money back from her and all types of stuff. You say this was a fight store. Well, I guess it's the best thing that we got exciting, right? For right now, until we get some more exciting cases. But yeah, and I love cases. I don't know about you guys because I like to see the justice system work in all directions, right? So if a person's guilty, of course I want them to be found guilty and I want the state to have to prove it. But this is going to be a case they're going to have to prove. Because I can see reasonable doubt. You cannot tell me that they come to the house, she got Caucasian hair in her hands, so she been fighting for her life, but y'all gonna blame it on him because y'all seen some DNA and y'all didn't find his DNA for 23 years later? Like, that sounds like Planet DNA. Like, I'm not saying that he was living the best life. Yes, please, Cindy. Thank you, honey. Like, I'm not saying like he wasn't the best. He looked like he was a thug out here. Cool. But just because he was a thug, he was 25 years old. He was out here living his best life. He was dropping it off everywhere he can drop it off. But that don't mean he was dropping it off with her. So, yeah, I got a whole issue with this case. They got to reconcile some stuff with me. And I mean, he reconcile it real fast. But we shall see tomorrow. She said 9 o'clock. Atlanta is on what? That's Eastern Standard Time, y'all. Atlanta. I don't know what time. What time zone they are? Oh, thank you so much, Film. Film say he gonna try to turn you green, Cindy. He's shooting for the stars tonight. Thank you so much, Film. Whoever received that gifted membership, make sure you say thank you to Film. I appreciate it. Atlanta. Let me see. Let me Google. What time zone? Okay, it's Eastern. Okay. So 9 o'clock there is 7 my time. Okay. Okay. So we start at 7 tomorrow with this trial. Y'all good with that? Unless something else come up. He tried. Okay, so we'll do that at 7 o'clock. Oh, so glad we watched this. Oh, goodness. If you didn't see the opening statement, Cindy, it's definitely worth going back and looking at. I'm going to put them on the channel in just 1 second, or rewinding back to the beginning of this feed and seeing the open statements. Oh, my. Oh, they were good. Like, we had drama before we can even get to the first witness. And now we all know. Now we definitely know. I didn't know it was in Fulton County. I couldn't tell if it was in Fulton County. But now I done Googled it. It's in Fulton County. So we know what we got going on now. Yeah, and he got denied bond, and he been in prison since 2024, y'all. So just so y'all know. When they came and arrested him when he was going to get his what they say he was going to get a Simply lemonade. I like Simply lemonade. Shout out to Simply lemonade from Walmart, and all the cops came and got him. He just got off work and went to go get him a Simply lemonade. I have not seen him in the courtroom. Just yet. Now I don't know if they like doing some backward. It don't even look like the regular Fulton, like how the YSL courtroom look. It doesn't look like that courtroom. It doesn't even look like the Wolfenberger case that we looked at. It doesn't look like that courtroom either. That's why I thought it was a whole totally different courtroom. This judge, she ain't even wearing a robe. She just got on turtleneck and a sweater. But they do things different down there. So I don't know. But I can't wait to watch it tomorrow. Boy, oh boy. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Because they can't have too many more of these cases keep coming and they keep failing. Because what's the sense of having a cold case and you coming to families and telling them, hey, we got a breakthrough, when basically it's just a witch hunt to put it on somebody. So that's going to be very important tomorrow. Well, guys, we've been at it for a while. I've been on here since 4 this morning. Yeah, I have. I just thought about that. And it don't even feel like it. I started the first stream at 4 this morning. Me and Marilda. At 4 this morning so we can get the what's the name case done. So yeah, I'm about to check out of here. But I'll be back in the morning, right? I know. What did I have? I must have some. Oh, I had some M&Ms because I'm like, why am I so hyped? I'm so hyped. Look, I'm not even tired. I didn't even realize I had been on here since 4. Yeah, me and Marilda started at 4 o'clock this morning. We great. We so silly. All right, guys. Well, I want to say thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you for everybody that stopped through. Everybody that became new members today, right? New subscribers. Woo, 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 woo. And we'll be back up in it tomorrow. Oh my! I hope my God got I hope he got $1,000. He better have that money tomorrow. That's what I do know. The judge gonna be mad at him. Take us with our outro song, guys. Right? All right.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvy, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. It's a family, and we couldn't ask for more.
Y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all in the AM. Peace.